all storytellers and story lovers. My name is Laksh Datta. I host and produce the Jaipur Bites podcast, where you can hear many of the amazing sessions from the Jaipur Literature Festival. I also produce a few other podcasts, as you can see right here. English, Hindi, fiction, non-fiction. If you see something you like, maybe you can take a screenshot of this right now. I'll give you a second. And tune in later. Find them on your favorite podcast app.
We're delighted to welcome you to the Durbar Hall of the Diggi Palace, Jaipur. And this is the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. This session is produced in partnership with our official magazine partner, The Week. It's our pleasure to present The Many Lives of Democracy, Edward Luce and Anne Applebaum in conversation with Suhasini Haidar. Democracy has many faces, many lives subject to change, investigation and reform. In The Retreat of Western Liberalism, Edward Luce makes a larger statement about the weakening of Western hegemony and the crisis of liberal democracy, of which Donald Trump and his European counterparts are not the cause, but a terrifying symptom. He warns of the dangerous ignorance of the West regarding its own socio-political trajectory and its arrogance towards society's economic losers, insisting that we cannot move forward without a clear diagnosis of what has gone wrong. In her book, Twilight of Democracy, staff writer for The Atlantic, Anne Applebaum stirs a deeper inquiry into the nature of democracy and the rising appeal of an age-old blend of nationalism and autocracy. Fueled by the discourse of conspiracy theory, political polarization, and the 21st century use of social media, she charts the rising era of illiberalism and anti-democratic trends within the West. The two talk to Suhasini Haidar, who's the diplomatic and national editor at The Hindu. Edward Luce was made the FT's chief US commentator in September 2011 with a weekly column and regular editorials on the US economy and politics. Prior to that, he was the FT's Washington bureau chief from 2006 until 2011, managing a team of 10 DC-based reporters and leading the paper's coverage of US politics and economy. Previously, he was the FT's South Asia bureau chief based in New Delhi, appointed in 2001. He is the author of 3 highly acclaimed books: In Spite of the Gods, The Rise of Modern India, Time to Start Thinking, The Spectre of American Decline, and The Retreat of Western Liberalism, which was listed on the best non-fiction reading lists for 2017 at Amazon. The Economist, The Wall Street Journal, The Financial Times, and The Washington Post. Between 1993 and 94, he was the Geneva-based correspondent for the Guardian newspaper of the UK. He then moved to Manila to be the Philippines correspondent of the Financial Times. He was the Financial Times Capital Markets editor based in London also. Anne Applebaum is a staff writer for The Atlantic and a senior fellow at the Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University, where she runs a project on 21st century disinformation. She was a Washington Post columnist for 15 years and a member of the editorial board. She is the author of several history books, including Red Famine, Stalin's War on Ukraine, Iron Curtain, The Crushing of Eastern Europe, 1944 to 1956, and Gulag, a history which won the 2004 Pulitzer Prize for Nonfiction. Her newest book, Twilight of Democracy, appeared in July 2020. Her writing has also appeared in many publications, including the New York Review of Books, The New Republic, Wall Street Journal, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, among many others. Suhasini Haidar is the diplomatic and national editor at The Hindu. She writes regularly on India's foreign policy, has contributed to several books on the subject, and is a public speaker on international affairs and journalism. Please do remember to comment by typing in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, The Many Lives of Democracy, Edward Luce and Anne Applebaum in conversation with Suhasini Haidar.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you to the Jaipur Literature Festival for having us here again. and to our guests today, Anne Applebaum and Edward Luce. The truth is, the subject we have is vast. We can keep discussing it for a very long time. And in fact, when Edward's book came out, we can say he was almost like an oracle, because he spoke before many of the events of the last few years have happened. The truth is that you know, the old idea that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others, it's the best we have, seems to be in some kind of questioning. The idea that countries must turn as a natural progression, almost an evolution towards democracy, and then stay like that, you know, happily ever after, has been brought into questioning. And this is not so much by regimes that are already authoritarian, regimes that are military dictatorships or communist dictatorships, but the real questions are being raised by countries that are actually established democracies, but are taking an authoritarian turn. So that's what we are discussing today. What does it look like when a country moves away from its democratic traditions, and what's really to follow? I want to start really by asking each of our guests to speak a little bit about both their books, because in a certain sense, both of you have talked about what has happened in the United States for the last few years, but it's almost interesting because the US took a certain turn and it seems as if it has turned back again. But the real question is, when we think about the idea that democracy has somehow been subverted or has taken a turn for the worse, is there a problem with the democratic model itself? Was what we have seen in the last few years, the turn away, perhaps the rise of populism across Europe, across Asia, across in the United States, really a backlash to how badly democracy was faring? And I'll start with you.
Thanks for the question. I'd like to pick up on two things that you just said and maybe expand on them. One of them was you talked about natural progression, that there was an idea that we would all eventually become democracies, that there was to borrow from Martin Luther King, that there was an arc of history that would always bend in the direction of democracy. This is an idea that's very recent. It dates from really not even the end of the Second World War, but from 1989, which is the moment when so many, you know, when communism fell and so many European countries that had been under Soviet occupation very dramatically gave up on dictatorship and joined democracies. But it's actually historically, not only has it never been true historically, democracies have always risen and fallen. They've always come and gone. The assumption of democracy being inevitable is also not historical. If you look at the American Constitution and the people who wrote it, they all wrote it. They were all reading the works of ancient Greece and Rome. They were all studying how ancient democracies fell. And that's what they were thinking about when they wrote the US Constitution. How do we prevent this from happening? But they always knew that it was possible, because they always knew that democracy demands these delicate balances. It demands a kind of level of civic virtue in the population. It demands a tolerance. It demands a sense of citizenship. And those things can always be thrown off balance. And as I said, it's really only in recent decades that we've got this idea that it's inevitable. So in some ways, what we're seeing is part of a cycle that democracies have experienced many times before. I would also say that we've also been misled by the history of the last several decades, in that we've all come to believe that democracy would end with a coup d'etat. There would be tanks on the street, and there would be, junior officers at the presidential palace, and they would lock up the, leaders, and they would take over the television station, and then they would, and that's how democracy would end. Actually, particularly in recent years, that's not how democracy ends. Democracy ends because a political party inside a democratic system, or sometimes a political leader, becomes autocratic or begins to head in an autocratic direction. Democracy, in order to work, demands a kind of level playing field. There has to be a free press that's more or less equal for all. There has to be independent courts. There has to be a set of neutral institutions. And once someone comes to power and begins to question those institutions, or to actively undermine them or to destroy them, then you disrupt that balanced playing field, and you can get a move towards autocracy very quickly. And this can be either from the left or from the right. So you can see a version of it in Venezuela, you can see a version of it in Turkey, you can see a version of it in Hungary. And you can see elements of it in Donald Trump's rhetoric. He was the first American president we've had in recent memory who also attacked the press, attacked the courts, attacked the bureaucracy, attacked those neutral institutions. And so that's another lesson, is that's how democracy ends, not with some kind of spectacular show. And then the third thing I'll say is that your point about this being an international phenomenon is very important, because that indicates that it's not some flaw of American history, the legacy of slavery or the Second Civil War. It's not, in Poland, it's not, or Hungary, where we have autocratic parties. It's not the legacy of communism. There are other things happening in the world that means that this is happening in, the United States, Poland, Hungary, Brazil, the Philippines, India, Turkey. These are countries that have nothing to do with each other economically or politically or historically. And so you have to look at universal explanations. And the one I find most interesting is the rapid change in the nature of information, the way in which we all get and process news. And I don't mean only social media, I just mean the shift of public life from real life online. And so much conversation and so much campaigning moving online has changed it's changed our hierarchies of what we think is important. It's changed the way that we understand things. And then, of course, the systems that we're using, particularly Facebook, although not only have favored very emotional, very angry language above the language of civic discourse. So whereas we once had our debates in parliaments or even in television studios where there were kind of rules of conduct that people accepted, we are now having them in this space where there are no rules of conduct. And in fact, the opposite is true, where people who are louder, angrier, more emotional, their messages spread the fastest. And we can talk about that a little bit more if you want, but I think that's not the only explanation, but it's the thing that all of these countries now have in common.
Right. And in fact, I think Edward has written also as well about the impact of technology on politics, which is something not everyone thinks about. So explain this to us, Edward. You've, of course, spent time as the Washington bureau chief as well. You've been in India. You've written a book about India. And you've seen India at a very different time in its political history. It wasn't that long ago, but it seems very, very long ago. The question I want to ask in where Anne spoke about the globalization of populism, as it were, the idea that all the countries that Anne mentioned that are democracies elect these leaders who essentially come in on anti-corruption platforms, but then very quickly become anti-pluralistic, appealing to majorities or certainly minorities within a majority that have a grievance. They talk about the democratic mandate, their moral right to rule. They talk about the cult of personalities, the fact that opposition just has no relevance. NGOs have no relevance. The media has no relevance. Everybody is, essentially anti-state, not just anti-government. So this globalization of populism, the idea that so many countries across the world are experiencing the same kind of transition from democracies. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, it's great to be on the Jaipur Literary Festival platform, as it were. It's great pity we can't be in Jaipur. Haven't been there for a while. I pick up on Anne's point that this is complex. If there were one simple cause, I think we'd know what the one simple remedy would be. But it is more complex than that. I also pick up on the 1989 point. That was the stage at which the West and other democracies believed that our model, the liberal democratic model, had triumphed, and that all possible rivals, with the collapse of communism in the late 80s, and of course fascism earlier in the 20th century, all possible ideological rivals had been eliminated. And I think we then got into this habit, this sort of teleological frame of mind, that this was an inevitable outcome for all countries. It was just a question of how quickly they got there. This week is the 10th anniversary of the Arab Spring, which was a great sort of flowering, potentially beginning in Tunisia, but spreading across the region to Egypt, to Libya and elsewhere, a great flowering of democratic sort of sentiment and demand from the street in the Arab world. And of course, all but one of them, Tunisia, which is, it's not in the intensive care unit, but it's looking pretty dubious. All but Tunisia have basically been snuffed out. And I think that has given us a very sort of poignant lesson in how difficult it is to build a democracy, and how, as Benjamin Franklin said, the price of democracy or of liberty is eternal vigilance for those who do have democracy. Because the truth is that the world that sees itself as democratic and sees its culture as democratic, and as always having been democratic, is only very recently democratic. Most of Western Europe have only had democracies since 1945. That's really very recent. That's within the lifetime of my parents, who are still alive. That is very recent. This is not a natural way of life. It's something that has to be continually fought for. And I think that when you look within the West, the two countries that have probably reversed most of their democratic norms, or shown most troubling signs of having abandoned the liberal and the democratic side of liberal democracy, they would be Britain and the United States, the two countries that can trace their story back much further and are therefore most complacent about the permanence and the naturalness of democracy, have not in their lifetime seen revolution or occupation or defeat in war or autocracy, and therefore believe it is the natural state of things. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Anglosphere, if you like, or at least the two largest countries in the Anglosphere, Britain and the United States, are the ones which have been challenged most deeply from within. As regards the rest of the world, well, I mean, India is the biggest democracy in the world. Anne mentioned Hungary. I think what we're seeing in India is what I would call urbanization. Orban still has the outer trappings of democracy in Hungary. There are still elections. There are still judges that sort of hear cases. There is still media, but it's tilted very heavily against dissent, against opposition, against the possibility of challenging his power. And I think Narendra Modi, with a much incomparably larger, more complex society, is doing the same kinds of thing. So we think of technology, and particularly I mentioned the Arab Spring, particularly at those times, as liberating individuals and liberating people against to challenge power, to speak truth to power. But what we see is new era autocrats able to control technology and able to suppress dissent. And I see in India in recent weeks, Twitter has been cooperating with banning certain critics of Narendra Modi's repeal of the new farm law. So, what I would say is I don't have a sort of simple aphoristic diagnosis of what is causing us to doubt our democracies around the world. So I would repeat the old nostrum that it is the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. We have to lose our complacency. There are many alternatives to democracy. All of them are worse, but many of them are very plausible.
Sure. And Nan, how much would you hold what was before to blame? Edward has, of course, named his book The Retreat of Western Liberalism. But how much is this idea that liberalism in effect shut out the voices, was illiberal to other voices. And especially in the United States, for example, when we saw the rise of Trump, when we saw what those last 4 years really meant for the US administration, it seemed almost as if we were suddenly hearing voices in the United States we'd never heard before. Obviously, Trump could not have run that government all on his own. There were others who had bought into this idea of populism, of the grievances, of the kind of language he used when it came to minorities or immigrants or others. So do you think that it was really the kind of, one word is complacency that Edward spoke of, but do you think it was liberalism itself that's to blame for this backlash?
So I don't think you can blame liberalism for illiberalism. I mean, I don't think you can blame liberalism for having opponents, in that sense. I mean, I do think, and also I would say, be very careful about how what you think Trump is and what he stood for, because much of what he and his followers said they stood for wasn't true. I mean, so for example, this idea that they somehow, reflect the views of the oppressed working class or the people who've been left out of the American dream. I mean, this is not true. I mean, if you just look at who voted for them, and what, and which social class they belong to, the poorest Americans voted for Joe Biden, and Trump supporters were in the middle class. So we have, I know that it's very, and not just in India, but in many places, we all somehow have this Marxist lens in the world where we like to interpret everything as a result of economics, because that somehow makes it easier. But what we saw in the US was not this was not a working class revolt. This was a middle class phenomenon. And I would also argue that what Trump did was he enabled or gave permission for illiberal ideas or racist ideas or angry ideas that had not been part of the central debate, that had not been sort of part of mainstream politics. He sort of gave permission for those to enter mainstream politics. And of course, they were sort of banging in from outside before, but he's now opened the floodgates and made it possible. To the question of what could have been done differently, I mean, there are a lot of answers going back a long way. I mean, there are some economic answers. I mean, I do think that it is true that both globalization and the higher levels of immigration created problems that were ignored for a long time or weren't properly dealt with. So I think those are two, both demographic change and economic change created crises that were somehow overlooked. I've also said, as I said, I think we allowed social media to play a role in political debate that it should never have had. We should have been thinking about regulation of social media, by which I don't mean censorship. I mean regulating the structure of it, regulating the algorithms, looking at the dominance of these few companies and the rules that they set for discourse. We should have done that earlier, but also I think, and this is true in both the US and the UK, but also in many other democracies, many of the rules of democracy, the institutions that we have, had begun to decay or were created for a different era or just weren't functional anymore. And I think it's been true, in fact, even though in the US our Constitution is so difficult to revise, we've made a fetish of it. It was written in the 18th century for a different time in a different kind of country, and we haven't looked at the ways in which it's now unfair or unjust or imbalanced. In particular, as you know, the U.S. Constitution gives an enormous advantage. I mean, enormous. It's something like 4 times as much power to rural America over urban America. So the voices of people who live in small towns and in the countryside are simply much louder. They have much more representation in the Senate. They have somewhat more representation in the Electoral College. The other issue, our voting system is very polarizing because, it's in the way that boundaries are drawn in the country. We have a system called gerrymandering where where electoral districts are drawn in such a way that you really only need the votes of one party to win. You don't have to reach across and make a consensus. Ending that, creating a system of ranked choice voting so that voters had more than just two choices in an election. I mean, these all sound like every time anybody advocates for these kinds of changes, everybody wants to dismiss that and say, oh, those are sort of boring technical changes. But actually, if you look around the world and you look at the way different democracies work, the same outcome in one election, the same numbers of votes, can produce radically different outcomes depending on what your electoral system is. And the U.S. has for far too long has depended on a particular system and a particular way of counting votes, and we haven't had the courage to look again at at how that was done. And so I would say that our democracy became somewhat ossified. A similar thing happened. I mean, you can even speak, it's a different case a little bit, but if you look at Poland, where you still have democracy, but you have this very autocratic ruling party, democracy in Poland was born in the early 1990s when the constitution was written by a very small group of people, with a lot of foreign advice. I mean, there was a referendum on it and it was accepted. But since then, there's been very little discussion of how much of it works. I mean, it's a very lopsided constitution. There's a popularly elected president who has no power. The question of constitutional reform and the question of whether the system is creating outcomes, whether it's involving people in the right ways, hasn't really been looked at. So I think one, we did neglect, in our excitement about globalization and in our appreciation of the many advantages of globalization, which there are, including the enrichment of people in places like India. In our excitement about that, we forgot about what was being left behind and lost. And then secondly, I would say we allowed our institutions, some of which are very old, to become ossified. We didn't look at ways to renew them, ways to make them more current. And above all, we didn't regulate or understand the impact of the internet and social media.
All right. And I do want to come to that example of Poland as well as the impact of social media. But Edward, if I could come back to you on that point Anne made, about it not necessarily being about the economics of it, and that's something that doesn't actually describe Trump supporters or who Trump himself was. But a lot of your book is actually about the idea that it was an economic backlash, in a sense, that led to even Brexit in the UK, or this retreat of liberalism in the UK and the US, and the Trump phenomenon. How much do you think the economic divide, globalization, the 2007 crash, all of that actually, fueled this particular rise of populism?
I think it played a very large part. If you look at what's happened to the median household income in the United States, the real standard of living is only about 20% higher today than it was in the late 1970s. And in the late 1970s, the median household typically had a single earner. Today, it has multiple earners, and usually it's the woman who wasn't working in 1978 has now got several part-time jobs. So the fact 20% increase actually understates how small the living standards, change in living standard has been. Previous 30 years, it had more than doubled. So there's been a great slowing down, and it's in the context of globalization. As the world in general has got richer, the Western middle classes have got poorer. They've lost a lot of their bargaining position in the labor market, and a lot of them have lost their status or their sense of status in society. So in the last 3 years, we in the United States had something that you don't normally get outside of wartime or depression, which is a declining life expectancy. There are these so-called deaths of despair going on. Some of them are to do with opioids, some of them to do with suicide, some of them to do with other sort of medical manifestations of a collapse of morale. And you've got roughly similar statistics in Britain. I think what marks out those two countries is the degree to which the state's role in providing social insurance and protection has been withdrawn since the early 90s. the Cold War was a terrible thing, but because the Soviet Union claimed to be a workers' paradise, it stimulated competition with the West. It kept the West honest, if you like, in showing, no, our middle class our working class are considerably better off than yours, and they were. The end of the Cold War removed that sort of prod, and we've had, sort of unbridled neoliberalism since then. As regards the sort of breakdown of the vote for Trump, the 2020 vote, a majority of people, a very small majority of people earning under $30,000 voted for Biden. If you strip out non-white voters, the majority of whites earning under 30,000 voted for Biden, as is so often voted for Trump, I beg your pardon, as is so often the case in America. Stripping race and class from each other is almost impossible. The two interact, and no explanation of what goes on in the United States is possible without bringing both into it, both the cultural and, frankly, often racist side of people's reactions to the world around them, to the changing world around them, and the economic pain that they might be feeling. Likewise, if you look at Britain and the Brexit vote in 2016, nobody in the build-up to 2016 was concerned about Europe. It wasn't featuring on the top 5 list of voter concerns. Immigration was. Then this question was put to the British people. Essentially, are you feeling okay? I mean, the question was in the form of, will we stay or go with the European Union? But it was, are you okay with the status quo? And the answer, after 5 or 6 years of austerity, very much targeted at the poor in Britain, the answer was no, we're not feeling okay. And then after Brexit, Europe rocketed to #1. So look, I don't think economics is the only cause, but I think that no explanation of what is happening, particularly in those two economies, is possible without looking at this squeeze that's gone on for a generation or more of our middle classes. That is a huge factor.
Right. And to come to your book, what's interesting to me is that you do personalize the kind of shift you saw in Poland by speaking about this party that you had for the millennium. And the idea that 20 years later, many of those who attended that would not want to speak to you, or you wouldn't want to speak to them, given the kind of polarization, given this complete shift in views. There's this lovely quote in your book where you talk about somebody saying, it's like my mother lives on another planet now. I don't know my family members. I don't know my friends anymore. I don't know how to have these conversations. And I think that's a very important part of the kind of polarization we're seeing, frankly, in all our societies, where we no longer know how to deal with such opposing political views, where essentially, one side's view ends at the destruction of the others. There's no, middle ground in a certain sense. But describe to us the shift you saw in Poland in particular, and how the people at this party, played out over those years.
Yes, so one of the reasons I wrote my book the way I did is that I realized that in this story of the transformation of the center-right, my book is about how a part of the center-right became attracted to the radical right, and how this happened in Poland, it happened in Hungary, it happened in the United States, and it happened in Spain and other places. And how people who, in our case, who had, in Polish case, had lived within had been part of the anti-communist movement, how they came to embrace, autocratic politics. I realized that I had to write it that way because I've lived in Poland on and off for a long time, but also my husband is a Polish politician. He had been the foreign minister for many years, and we were somehow part of the story. So there was no way I could write the book as a kind of neutral observer, I'm just observing this story from the outside. It was actually very personal. It touched me, and it touched, many people that I know. And I've discovered, of course, since then that almost everybody has this experience, particularly if you were in the Republican Party, or you were in the, one of the anti-communist movements, or you were on the center right, or if you were in the liberal center right. you know, in 10 years ago, you probably have found that a number of your friends have gone in a very different direction and have become anti-systemic radicals. And the book doesn't really offer a single explanation as to why that is. It doesn't give you one answer, but it gives a range of answers. Some of them are personal. You know, in Poland, you know, I tell the story of a man who was an anti-communist activist as a young man, attained a certain amount of notoriety, and then as Poland became kind of democratic and liberalized, he didn't really find a place for himself. He wasn't famous, he wasn't important, and he became quite angry, and he developed this grievance, you know, that I am owed something, you know, that I should have had a position that I don't have. And you find this very often among radical intellectuals, that, you know, it's not that they're all educated, they're well-traveled, some, you know, some of them are perfectly well off, but they retain in themselves a sense of, I've been deprived of something, I'm owed something. And that's quite common, you know, all across countries where you have this move towards autocracy. I mean, and another, you know, another thing that unifies all of them is a sense of disappointment. You know, this isn't the society that I wanted. This isn't the country that I thought I was living in. You know, I don't want to live in a multicultural society. I don't want to live in a place where, you know, people of different religions mix happily. You know, my ideal was I wanted a Christian society, or I wanted a white society, or I wanted, you know, a society basically where people like me were in charge, even if maybe, you know, others were allowed to exist at some lower level. And that disappointment can also be, you know, is also one of the things that impels people in that direction. You know, and these kinds of disappointment, this kind of anger, as I said, you know, led some people to turn against the group or the values of the group that they'd been part of before. And as I said, I found this particularly, you know, I don't know the left as well, you know, because I wasn't ever part of it, but it's certainly true in center-right parties almost all over the West. You know, and my guess is also it has partly to do with, I mean, in a very long sense, with the collapse of communism. You know, there were many people who were part of a coalition together, you know, who said, right, we are fighting communism, we are fighting that form of government. And that as that broke up, they found that actually they disagreed about a lot of other things. You know, I mean, gay marriage wasn't an issue in 1989, and actually it really wasn't, certainly not in Poland anyway, in 1999. It just wasn't part of we weren't discussing it. And so now in 2019, now that it's one of the central issues of Polish politics, you know, we've discovered we have very different views from people whose sides we were on 20 or 30 years ago. So there's also simply the phenomenon of the issues that have arisen, and the you know, the nature of what confronts us has become different, and we've found ourselves on opposite side. And then once again, I mean, I know it's, you know, I know it's not that popular view, but once again, I do think that the bitterness and the anger and the, you know, the people not speaking to each other and the families that have broken apart, I do think a lot of that has come from the tone and language of what we all see and read. None of this is happening in a vacuum. Whether you're getting your news from Facebook or from broadcast television whose presenters are getting their views from Facebook, or whether you're, you know, the anger in the media and the competition in the media for less money and for fewer viewers, the overwhelming nature of information, the fact that there's so much of it and you have to simplify and, you know, choose what it is that you're going to see. All of this, I think, has had a huge amount of impact on the debate. I mean, as I said, we're not debating under parliamentary rules anymore. It's not a civilized, you know, organized, televised debate. It's a free-for-all, and the loudest, angriest voices win. And I'm afraid that affects people, and that affects their views of politics and their views of one another.
All right. And would you like to add to that idea of this polarization? Because I know you quoted Jan Werner Mueller, who wrote What is Populism, where he describes many of these symptoms in, I think, 17 or 18 countries across the world. And if I may, because I know we don't have much time, also get you to weigh in on whether the Biden win means a turning point. Is there a way to reverse the trends that we have seen over the past decade and a half?
I mean, part of this trend is the fact that America's been doing so badly. You know, we shouldn't underestimate that the success of democracy in the 20th century came from what Biden likes to call the power of our example. And, you know, the 21st century hasn't been good for America. It hasn't been such a shining example. And meanwhile, China's been rising, pumping people with loans, building infrastructure. An alternative model has been available. So when people talk about this sort of global democratic recession, you know, I think a large part of that is America's underperformance at home. So, you know, Biden's number one goal is to repair democracy at home. And I think, you know, I'm not going to give him odds of succeeding or failing. I suspect reality will turn out to be more complex than that. But what I will say is, it's probably hard to find somebody better equipped, both in terms of his experience of this system, but also the relative trust with which Americans hold Biden at the moment. So the goal he set himself to repair democracy at home, and the fact that he's downgrading and sort of kicking to the side this global summit of democracies as probably inappropriate at this point, is, I think, a good sign. You know, my book, which you've kindly mentioned, The Retreat of Western Liberalism, my publishers wanted me to call it The Collapse of Western Liberalism, and luckily I, you know, resisted. Retreat does not imply defeat. It implies possibility of regroup. And that is what Biden is offering. The odds are not brilliant for him, you know, it should be said. For democracies to function, as Anne pointed out, you need everybody to accept the rules of the game, and that if you lost, well, that's fine, the other guy won, and it was fair and square, and we'll have another bite at the apple next time. Well, that's not the case in America today. Most Republicans think Biden is an illegitimate president. Most Republicans in the Senate refuse to vote to convict Trump of what was a blatant and obvious incitement to insurrection, bang to rights, no doubt about that. They denied what was in front of their eyes. So Biden has got a task on his hands, but it's a considerably less bad position America is in, let's put it this way, today than 6 months, a year, 2 years ago. That I think we can say.
Yeah, and you didn't say retreat or collapse. You've in fact said the twilight of democracy. And you have this line in there that says, given the right conditions, any society can turn against democracy. Indeed, if history is anything to go by, all our societies eventually will. Is there a ray of hope, particularly for the next generation? You know, here in India, we are looking at a case of a 21-year-old who has gone to jail now for sharing what is called, a toolkit, essentially websites and links and Twitter handles that should be followed in times of protest. The idea that the youth would like to get involved in politics, but it's become so polarized and under increasingly authoritarian tendencies of democracies has become so dangerous that it's hard to see which way this is going to go. Do you have any thoughts for that?
So what I've said more than once is that I think pessimism is irresponsible. And it's irresponsible for exactly the reason that you stated, that it implies that younger people, my children, their friends can't hope for anything or can't achieve anything. And I would never want to say that. History is wide open. We could be on a steep decline downwards, or we could be about to recover and go upwards, and we don't know. And so all of us have no choice but to continue trying to build the kinds of societies that we want to live in. to prevent outrageous abuses of justice like the one that you have just described. The point of my book was to, which was written, I remember several years ago, was to, where the ideas for it began several years ago, the point of it was to kind of scare people and remind them that, as we started this conversation with, that democracy is not inevitable, and that it can decline, and to shake them up and make them realize that they might have to do something to prevent it. So, the way in which we all experience politics in most of our lifetimes was that it was something that happened over there. It was, there were some professionals and they did politics over there in the parliament or the Senate, and it wasn't really our problem. And it may now be all of our problems. It may now be that if you care about what kind of society you are going to live in, you might have to be involved in, and you might spend more time on it than you thought you were going to have to in the past.
Sure. I think, as Edward has said somewhere, the idea that this could not happen here has gone away. So we have, in a sense, lost that complacency. Look, I do have to wrap this up, but this has been fascinating, and I'm glad we were able to end on a slightly more optimistic note. But the books, ladies and gentlemen, are The Retreat of Western Liberalism by Edward Luce and The Twilight of Democracy by Anne Applebaum. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Suhasini, for that amazingly insightful conversation. We thank our official partner, The Week, for supporting the session. And we thank our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. We hope that you feel encouraged to stay logged on, to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions that have been specially curated for you.
निशानी इंगलारे पिंगला सुख मन जोवे जोवे रे जोवे जोवे रे जोवे श्वेत जा फहरानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 कहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधु साधु रे साधु साधु रे साधु अगम निगम की बानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 कोई सुनता है गुरु ज्ञानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे।
Hi, my name is Dishri Kastiwal. I'm a 15-year-old girl currently studying in class 10, and I'm here to talk about my book, Quarantine Diaries. The book is about my experience in life as a COVID-19 patient. So first, let's talk about why I wrote this book. When I first learned that I had contracted the coronavirus, I was scared. I didn't know what would happen now or what this meant for me. I could not talk about it to anyone. I could not even tell my closest friends I had the virus. Honestly, it wasn't the illness that scared me, it was the stigma that had developed in my mind that made me fear. I had been working with SMS Medical College to spread awareness about plasma donation. So, going to the hospital, visiting the plasma bank, talking to recovered patients had become a part of my daily routine. But what I didn't understand then is what those patients go through, not only physically, but mentally. I used to talk to a lot of recovered patients every day. But at times when I used to call them, they would be too scared to even accept that they have the virus. This at that time really confused me. But now I understand what it feels like. I mean, we hear people telling us to sanitize our hands, wear a mask, maintain social distancing, and all the ways how not to get the virus. But what happens when you actually do get the virus? Who is there to guide us then? Which is the reality actually. Thousands and lakhs of people are testing positive every day. So that's when I decided I cannot be afraid anymore. I want to tell the world about my experience. I am not afraid or ashamed anymore. Because if no one addresses this stigma, this fear, it's just going to continue. So here I am telling the world that yes, I had the coronavirus. This is my book, Quarantine Diaries. Now I would like to read an extract from the book, which is really personal, really close to my heart. Day 8. Today the results of my test are going to come. I have a strong feeling that I will step out of my room and have lunch with my family. During my breakfast break from online school, my mom asked me what I would like to have for lunch. So I asked her, could I come for lunch today? But she said I could not, as the test results had come and I was still positive. I was heartbroken. I told my mother I didn't want to talk about it and she should leave. I could not take it anymore. I was done. I was expecting to be free today. Then she explained to me how fortunate I was to be quarantined at home and not in some hospital. She told me I should be happy that I am healthy, not in a critical stage. That made me realize how foolish I was to crib about my situation. I am COVID positive. So what? I'm still able to attend online school, eat home cooked meals, video call my relatives and talk to my parents and sister. The quote that I think sums up all the learnings that I had during this experience is the one at the back of my book. The four walls of your room can teach you more than you would expect. Thank you.
We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk on, walk far. Keep going. That's me. Shake off the past. We're on our way to be free. Break loose. Do it now. Keep going. That's me. Get back where we belong. Melt yesterday away. Tomorrow will be new. There is no other way. Keep going. That's me. Laugh again, meet again, tell the world there's just so much to say. And now we're done waiting. And now we're done waiting. That's me. That's me. Keep going. That's me. That's me. That's me. We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk into the future. Keep going. That's me.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. We're delighted to welcome you back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival here at Diggy Palace, protected by Dettol. Today's session is produced in partnership with the European Union. It is our pleasure to present Dream Sequence, Adam Foulds in conversation with Elaine Canning. In his clever, deliciously funny and insightful new novel, Dream Sequence, award-winning British novelist Adam Foulds takes on the nature of artistic ambition, loneliness and obsession in contemporary society. The book follows the travails of Henry, an Oxbridge-educated television actor from a family of frustrated artists as he navigates stardom and celebrity, eventually emerging as a sharp and eviscerating social critique. In conversation with Executive Officer of Swansea's University's International Dylan Thomas Prize, Elaine Canning, he talks of the process of penning his vision and the blurring of borders between real and real life. Adam Foulds was born in London. He's the author of 4 novels and a book-length narrative poem. He's been the recipient of numerous literary awards, including the European Union Prize for Literature. Elaine Canning is a writer and the Executive Officer of Swansea University's Dylan Thomas Prize. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, Dream Sequence, Adam Foulds in conversation with Elaine Canning.
Welcome, Adam. It's a pleasure to be here. It's lovely to see you.
It's very nice to see you too.
What a joy to be part of this wonderful festival in its wonderful version. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to talk to you about your latest novel, Dream Sequence. At the centre of this novel, we've got Henry Banks, who is a ambitious solipsistic actor, made his career in television in a TV period drama for 6 years, and is now hoping to become a film star, break into the world of the film industry. And alongside Henry, we have Kristen, who is an obsessed fan, recently divorced, living in California. So I wanted to begin by asking you about the title of this wonderful novel, Dream Sequence, because it really captures in many ways the notion of the dream and the magical, which not only infiltrates the novel, but really permeates it. It seeps right into the narrative. We get that through the succession of dreamlike scenarios and references and thought processes of characters and the ambitions of the main characters. So I wondered if we could begin by asking you to talk to us a little bit about this blurring of the dream and the magical and reality within the novel.
Sure. Well, the title really was to kind of capture and hold together those ideas. I'd noticed, well, first of all, I guess the phrase dream sequence came to me as a term from the film business, from dream sequences in movies. And then I noticed that in the word dream, we have this double meaning of both, we use it to mean an ambition, something that we aspire to, and also something that is unreal, something that is a fantasy. And so those two meanings merged together are very important for both of these characters who have this very intense sense of something coming for them in the future that they really ought to achieve and that will change their lives in a really transformative way. So there's a sense there also of there being this ideal, dream as in ideal, and another kind of meaning of the word, sequence of events that they're looking to unfold. And I think partly the whole book came out of my feeling that there's more and more kind of saturation of fantasy and a kind of liquefying of reality in people's minds that's happening in the contemporary moment in a number of ways, partly in our online lives and our consumerist lives and our political lives. We're entering our own kind of dream sequences very frequently, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how you really interrogate that world of television versus film for Henry, and we get that very early on in the novel, don't we, where he talks about playing a part in television but being in film. And so he talks about film and the world, and it merging with his world. So I wondered if you could perhaps give us a little bit of a flavour of Henry from the beginning of the novel.
Sure. I shall read a little section where we're just meeting him for the first time, and we're seeing how he sees himself, and in that moment we get to see him also. So at this point he's been dieting, starving himself really, in order to lose weight, for, kind of unnecessarily, for an audition with a famous kind of art house film director, who this is the job that he really wants after his, what he thinks is slightly kind of cheesy, kind of corny fame in a Sunday night TV show. This will allow him to enter the world of the sort of Benedict Cumberbatch type, international star movie actors. And so this is him the morning of that audition. He dressed. He ran his hands down the smoothness of his abdomen. His body was tight. His trousers hung from his hip bones. He chose a khaki linen shirt with button-down pockets that he thought had the right sort of feel, serious, adaptable, with connotations of the military and the desert. Henry checked how he looked in the mirror. Henry's face was something everybody had to deal with, to assimilate and get over, even Henry. When Henry caught sight of his face, he often felt as though he were arriving late at something already happening. His face looked so finished and authoritative. He had the approved lines, the symmetry. He looked how a man should look. His handsomeness could be a shock as much as for him as for others, who sometimes also had to process their recognition of him, their sensation of an untethered and inexplicable intimacy. Occasionally, Henry thought that it would be nice, warm and relaxed and human to be a little ugly, to have a face that showed personality in pouches under the eyes, or a large, soft mouth, the face of a character actor expressing suffering and humour. His own good looks were bland, Henry thought, mainstream, televisual. Hunger seemed to be improving it, its calm masculinity now fretted with sharpness and shadows.
Fantastic, thank you. I love the attention to detail. It really is part of this obsessive nature of Henry's in the novel. How he zooms in and analyzes every detail, and we get that with Kristen too, don't we? When we meet her, she's in this beautiful empty house, but she's already redecorating her marriage, and she's already redecorating her house, and she's obsessively watching the series episodes of The Grange, which is Henry's program, and she hears the voices when she's going to her yoga class. She hears these voices in her head and so on. And I wanted to ask you about this sort of idea of symmetry between those characters, because they are both, they are physically very distant at the beginning. Henry's in London and she's in California, and in the course of the novel she makes her way to London.
Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, sorry, and in the course of the novel, she makes her way to London. So they're physically distanced,
Yes.
but in terms of this obsessive nature of their characters, are there similarities between them?
Yes, they both partake of this kind of psychosis of the time. To put it kind of more severely than I mean in a way. What happened, I think, in part was at a certain point I realised that I was dealing with a mythic pair. That what I had on my hands with these two characters was Echo and Narcissus. So Henry is the Narcissus figure who is he is for himself and absorbed in his own image, and she is the Echo who pursues him and wants to be near him and feels, is it always in relation to him. And once I realized that, then a lot of things became kind of clear about the novel, about their relationship, and also about the structure of the novel to some extent, that it begins and ends with her, and we spend a lot of time with him in the middle. We see her then through this kind of middle of the novel approaching him, these sort of converging lines, until finally they meet. But so really that there is records kind of formally the sense that he is for himself and she kind of wraps around him.
Mm-hmm. And there's a beautiful line towards the beginning of the novel when she is out walking and she's on her way to yoga, and she talks about there's a reference to Henry, and Henry being everywhere and nowhere, shaping everything. And as you said, you begin and end the novel with Kristen rather than Henry. I just wondered to what extent Kristen is everywhere and nowhere in the course of the novel as well.
I think that's right. And I think that's because this kind of fantasy, this kind of sense of connection is also everywhere and nowhere, and it's also real and unreal. And I think we all, Kristen is experiencing something that lots of us experience, by which I mean, it's real for her. She has briefly met him on one occasion, we find out, in an airport just by chance. And this is an incredibly meaningful experience for her, that really alters the shape and content of her life. So there is a reality there, and then she follows him in the press. She's constantly aware, as much as she can be, of where he is, and what he's up to, and what he looks like, and we can all kind of do this on, through social media now, is that we can in real time know where particular famous people that we're interested, where they are, what they're thinking. We can interact with them, we can kind of touch, we can respond to their things. They might even like, they may even literally themselves respond to us in a way that, used to be a very rare occurrence. So we have the sense that there is this, that can't be kind of gainsaid. That is a real thing, that is a real connection, and yet it is just kind of saturated with fantasy and doesn't really mean what we might hope it would mean in a real kind of social sense.
Sure. I mean, she talks about them as twin souls, doesn't she?
Yeah, that's different. That's a kind of philosophy of romantic connection that's really quite fully thought out, that I came across in my reading and thinking about these characters, that there's a school of kind of self-help / spiritual book writing about the idea of twin souls, and if you know you are a twin soul with some other person that you can't be with, maybe they're married or whatever, married to someone else for whatever reason, then there are people talking through how you understand what it is to be a twin soul with someone, whether you can, encouraging people to maybe relax and wait for their next incarnation when twin souls will be reunited. So it's a kind of romantic love that takes on a very sort of theological, mystical aspect. And again, she's an extreme case, but there's a kind of mysticism abroad in the culture at the moment that I was interested in. We hear quite often people talking about, this is something the universe wants for me. And we all have that sense of like fate and things that are meant to be. To some extent, we're all susceptible to a bit of that magical thinking. For Kristen is really just an impulse that we all have, kind of, that gets unbounded and extreme.
Yeah, and I mean, she does talk about a future with Henry, and it will happen. She's very self-assured when she sets out on this quest. And Henry equally, in terms of his career, certainly at the beginning, he is sure of he talks about his glorious future, and then there is that part where that does change for Henry, and he talks about the invitation to failure when he actually, where he finds himself with Miguel Garcia, the auteur, very successful filmmaker, with whom he wishes to work. And I think what's really interesting as well, and you've touched on it already, is this the relationship in the novel between the way in which Kristen communicates with Henry, and the way she makes contact. So you talked about social media and the internet and so on. So, for example, we know very early on that she's receiving Google alerts and Twitter notifications, but we also know that she's handwriting letters which are posted, covered with butterflies and so on. And there's also a number of chance encounters and fate, as you mentioned. So I wondered why you decided within the novel, to combine the social media and online access along with more traditional modes of letter writing, for example, and that idea of fate and coincidence.
Well, that's the letter writing really is a character choice about Kristen, in that it's part of her vision of the difference of her relationship with Henry from other people's, and that there's a kind of slightly kitschy, kind of chivalric, romantic. There's a sort of historical fantasy in there as well, of of the gentleman and lady kind of archetype pair in there. So there's some preciousness in the true sense of the word, in the way that she wants to write letters and have physical objects and have that kind of analog connection that will set her apart from whatever, it allows her to keep herself separate, keep her fantasy separate from all the other fantasies that she might see occurring. It allows her to maintain a sense of difference about what she has with Henry. And the coincidence, I mean, I don't think that it's a terribly tall order of coincidence. She gets to where he is. I mean, in some sense stalks him, although, I mean, it's not, I'm very wary of using the word stalking because she's a very benign character, really, and stalking is a very different sort of thing. It tends not to be women. Stalking is a horrible crime, and it tends to be ex-boyfriends by and large are the people who stalk others. So but nevertheless, she is in pursuit, and she's doing her detective work to locate him, and is successful. But that's so the fate, the coincidence, the sense that the universe wants things for you, wants these doors to open, is one narrative on top of a very determined attempt to make these things happen. So she makes fate happen for her.
Yeah, I think what really struck me as well and reading it was, going back to the letter writing, and this sort of almost this romanticizing of the relationship with Henry, that she herself links with the letter writing on stage when she goes and sees Henry's father's play, The Runaways, and she sees that there's this sort of more traditional sort of romantic connection with Henry, and it's almost it's setting herself apart. Certainly that's how I read it. And there are, throughout the novel, there are lovely recurring images, which I wanted to talk to you about. I've mentioned the image of the butterfly, and Kristen is determined that her date with Henry will be to the butterfly exhibit at the National History Museum. You've got the Spider-Man figure, you've got water, and so on. And I just wondered if you could say a little bit about the significance of those recurring images.
Well, butterflies have this kind of mystical aura about them. And they're often part of imagery of kind of self-fulfillment. And obviously there's the transformation story in the butterfly, and a very intense sense of beauty. So really it's all those things that we associate with butterflies that make them part of an image world of romantic fantasy, and particular and fulfillment. The Spider-Man figure, this is a toy that is given to her when we first encounter Kristin, we learn that she has been divorced. She married an older man, a wealthy older man, who then later divorced her, and as a result, she lost a relationship with her stepson. This is something that kind of intrigued me that I hadn't thought about much actually before writing the novel, is when people enter marriages where there are stepchildren, what becomes of those relationships after divorce. And she was obviously very fond of this boy, and he was very fond of her, and he's given her this Spider-Man toy. Secretly, she discovers it in her bag in the airport on the day that she meets Henry, randomly, genuinely randomly. And so that figure counts for this sort of lost relationship. And I'm not sure I can explain it beyond that, but it's a totem of that loss in her life, and it's meaningful that we understand that she's experienced this kind of loss, and that there is a space that she's trying to fill, not directly with the relationship of this boy, but that there's separation and loss and loneliness there that is looking for healing, looking for both of them really, looking for some kind of totalizing experience that's going to lift them out of their sense of being single, broken, partial. And these are very deep human impulses. We're all, single, broken and partial, and we all want something to, at times, to kind of enfold us and affirm us and transform us. And I think, yes, that little plastic Spider-Man toy is this kind of pathetic image of that part of her sense of being in the world. Water, I don't know. I hadn't noticed that water comes out of it, but I mean, I know it's significant in the book, but I hadn't thought about it on a metaphorical level.
That's interesting, because I was really taken by the shift and the transition between things like flight and water, and the use of how you take your characters, and we will go on to talk about Virginia in a moment. The characters out on water in Qatar, and how you use that in order to be able to make a very scathing social critique of that moment, but equally how important water is at the end of the novel, without giving anything away. But we're in a section of the book which is all about flight, and water becomes highly significant at the end of the novel in terms of Kristin and her relationship with Henry. But I wanted to ask you also about this idea that we've already touched on, of hunger in the novel, hunger and this sense of craving, because when we first meet Henry in the section you read for us, that section actually begins with a line where we're told the hunger was beginning to hurt. And so I mean, hunger is something we associate very, physically with Henry. We also have the incident where Virginia is teaching him how to eat tissues, to swallow tissues as a way to fill himself up and so on. But I wondered about that, the idea of that, and that is a metaphorical motif in relation to Kristin, because certainly when I read the novel, I got this sense of this person who was so obsessed with this man, would go to any lengths. So she locks herself away in her hotel room, she does a little bit of sightseeing, but as an individual she's beginning slowly to disintegrate a little bit, for me certainly, because Henry is all consuming, he absolutely takes over her life. So I just wondered about the significance of that sense of hunger and craving, not in relation to Henry where it's very explicit, but more in relation to Kristin.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, it's there for both of them, and it's a way of, as you say, of physicalizing this sense of desire. Hunger is the book is a lot to do with desire, and in a way is a critique of desire as a way of kind of structuring your life, or having desire as a dominant experience of how you interact with the world, and a sense of wanting from the world. And in Henry's case, there was there were literary models that I wanted to kind of maybe come to people's minds, or certainly were in my mind as I was writing him, in Knut Hamsun's novel Hunger, or more obviously perhaps Kafka's The Hunger Artist. Someone who performs hunger, which is what he's going to do in this movie if he gets it. He's going to put it's a role of a kind that lots of actors like to get, where it involves quite a major body transformation. How actors can really feel how serious they are when they put on a lot of weight or lose a lot of weight for a role. This is a role that would involve losing a lot of weight. So it would be a performance of hunger that would be kind of validating and in a loop of desire and representation for Henry. But yes, certainly Hunger is all about desiring, and is all about emptiness and needing something that you don't have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to move us on a little bit away from Henry and Kristen now, to focus on Virginia, who I absolutely adored in the novel, because we obviously have this social critique of Henry's world, and of the consequences of fame and fantasy and obsession and all of that. But into this world, you also bring Virginia, who is a model, who meets Henry in Qatar, who is in that world, but actually is capable of being able to be very direct and open about what she sees in that world and beyond. So she, for me, is a way of opening up, broadening the scope of the novel and the scope of the world that Henry inhabits. So I wondered if you could tell us a little bit more about the significance of Virginia within the novel.
Well, I think you put that beautifully. That's really what she does, and that sense that she's in this world but not of it. It was very important, and partly that derives for me from her coming from a far less privileged background. That modelling was a career that opened up, and is actually very hard and often very low paid career for lots of very young women. That she comes from a kind of hard scrabble background, basically, and this gives her much more perspective on what actually on living in this world in order to survive and to thrive for herself, rather than expecting some other kind of intellectual, spiritual fulfillment that is really a misplaced search in the world of media and entertainment.
Yeah. There are just there's so many gorgeous moments in there. The dialogue is just so special. Once Virginia gets going, and once she has her her platform, when she talks about Henry as your people and a famous, and she's got these various sort of labels that she uses, and she talks about them as ornaments of the capitalist system. As well, and she is looking around, and she's kind of assessing what is going on around that world. I wondered if you could give us a little bit of a flavour of Virginia,
sure,
with Henry.
This should involve accents, but I won't inflict my attempt on you. So Virginia is an American, and as you mentioned, they meet at a film festival in Doha in Qatar, and she is a sort of like a promo girl, basically. She's amongst a bunch of models who are sort of ushering people to their seats, and being in a very purely kind of ornamental, subservient role. And then Henry takes her back to his hotel, and this is her reaction. "Holy shit, your hotel is so much grander than ours. We're talent. We're the hot cultural commodity. And we're air stewardesses is what it feels like. Still, I bet yours is better than what the Bangladeshis and Nepalis are in, the guys building this place. They live in actual labour camps, apparently. That's no good. I know. Check out those chandeliers. Virginia looked up into the vast hotel atrium. She said, "I'm not sure you really care about the workers." "I care. I do charity work. I care. I mean, if they just pulled their fingers out and developed some basic acting skills, they could be in here rather than out there. If they just put on the odd production of Twelfth Night instead of building football stadiums the whole time. Bit of initiative, that's all." "You're a bad man." "That's right. Okay, I need to find out where this bar is." So it's a tiny scrap of dialogue, but you can see where I was trying to, enfold there in the setting of Qatar and these extraordinary luxury hotels that exist there at the same time that vast numbers of incredibly low-paid workers are living and dying, currently building football stadiums for the World Cup that's planned there. And very much wanting to see the kind of entertainment industrial complex, in that context.
Yeah, and it's through that dialogue also that we get, it's those questions or those statements that Virginia makes that brings out that side of Henry very specifically. We just get much more of an insight into him, I think, through his conversations with her, because he's very explicit and he's very direct, and she brings that out in him. And there are other characters in the novel that do that too, that we get. I'm thinking of Henry's parents. So, the domestic and how the domestic infiltrates the novel through his parents, because his parents very much, the communication and the contact with them is through phone calls and messages and so on. They're both frustrated artists. His father gets his play into a fringe venue, as Henry reminds us, after he's had a very successful run in Hamlet. And I just wondered about the relationship between them and the way in which you bring his parents into the novel in part 2, in that wonderful scene in the restaurant, because within that you absolutely exemplify what that relationship between them is. I wondered why it was important for you to extend the world of Henry out a little bit further, and to bring in a relationship with his parents and the brother who's away.
Yeah, well, I wanted to understand Henry as much as possible as a real multi-dimensional person. That's the kind of character writing that I'm interested in, is as much like a real human being as I can make them.
Yeah.
And I know, I absorbed a lot of interviews and actors' biographies, in various forms. We all do, but I did, with a particular sense of purpose towards the writing of this novel. And I did notice very often that there's this, that there's a lack in their childhood of affirmation of a certain kind that leads performers, to go outside the home looking for approval and looking for that kind of sustaining sense of self that approval gives them. And that's what you find is going on, that everyone in this family is a kind of wounded narcissist, that they all have their ambitions and their dreams, and they all are looking for someone to affirm them, and they're all incapable of doing it for each other, really. And so, the dinner scene with his parents and there are flashbacks to his childhood as well, briefly, is all to kind of fill out that sense of why this was Henry's predicament, and to make that a sympathetic predicament for the reader, not to think of him as obnoxious purely. He isn't that, and he has psychic wounds that he is trying to deal with, and is dealing with in his own way, incredibly kind of energetically and creatively. And likewise, as you say, when he's with Virginia, you realize that he's not a superficial person. He's an intelligent guy. He's presumably reading sort of the Guardian newspaper. He knows more or less what's going on in the world, and and has what we think of as the kind of the right thoughts about them, pretty much. So he's not a kind of in an airlock of his own sort of selfish delusion. He's in the world and he's sympathetic, but he's just particularly driven in this extreme way.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to go back a little bit to the way in which the novel developed, and the way in which it was conceptualized. By that I mean the way in which, without giving anything away, the way in which the relationship between Henry and Kristen develops, and the way in which we are introduced to those characters and encounter those characters throughout is done in a brilliantly original way. So we are with them, but we're not always with them, particularly in the case of Kristen. I wondered whether the way in which the narrative has developed, was that always your intention? Was it always your intention to bring Kristen in at the various points of the novel where she appears?
Yeah, yes. I mean, obviously these forms emerge over time, but it became, I mean, I would say there was a pivotal moment, as I mentioned earlier, of understanding them as a version of the myth of Echo and Narcissus. Yeah. And that really was a very useful insight. Partly that determined the nature of the ending, in that a lot of these Greek myths are really topographical, or myths about that explain natural phenomena. So, you know, Echo Narcissus explains an echo's relation to a source sound, and that sense of proximity, and the Narcissus is obviously there's the transformation into the flower that looks downwards into its own reflection, but there's a kind of geographical relation that is established, that is described in the myth, and that's where it kind of resolves, is in this relation that sort of is presumed as kind of eternal positioning of these elements towards each other. And that's a version of what I was doing in the ending, where she ends up relative to where Henry is and to Henry's apartment. They're in this, it's meant to kind of freeze them in this eternal predicament, and in a snapshot of their relationship as it will always be, and as the relationship of people in this situation will always be.
Yeah, and it's what a lovely way to end. We end on that freeze frame, and unfortunately, Adam, our time is up. It's been an absolute joy to talk to you. There's so many other things I want to ask you about the novel, and about what you're working on next and so on, but we're going to have to leave it there. So thank you so much for sharing so generously with us today, and thank you to JLF.
Thank you, Adam Foulds and Elaine Canning, for this insightful and productive conversation. It really was brilliant. It transported us completely to a different world. We'd like to thank the European Union for supporting this session, and our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience, and please stay logged on to continue to watch with us a series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you and brought to you straight from Jaipur's Diggy Palace. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been enormously impacted over this past few months. And as you also know, artists and artisans only can earn if they perform or they're able to sell something. We really need your support to continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. Please, right now, press the contribute button and help us stay afloat. Any contribution is more than welcome. Please tweet using Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you at the next session.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
నమస్తే. కవితా శీర్షిక కొండనెక్కుతూ. ఎక్కితే కొండే ఎక్కాలి, దీపమైన మనిషి అయినా. కొండెక్కటం వినోదం కాదు, వ్యాయామము కాదు, అది అడుగు అడుగుగా సాగే జీవితయాత్ర. కొండనెక్కటం అంటే మెట్టు మెట్టుగా నన్ను నేను అధిగమించటమే, సమస్త అధో వాసనల్ని అధక్కరించటమే, నన్ను నేను ఉన్నతీకరించుకోవటమే. పర్వతారోహకుడు నా ప్రేమికుడు, అనంతారం కొండ నా ప్రాథమిక పాఠశాల. అది నాకెప్పుడూ రాయి రప్ప కాదు, అది నాతో అనంత సంభాషణ చేసే ఆత్మమిత్రుడు. చెట్టు చేమల్ని, పురుగు పులుగుల్ని, నీలి మబ్బుల్ని పొదువుకొనే తల్లి హృదయం. నా కోసం ఎల్లప్పుడూ స్రవించే భూమాత పయోధరం, నా కోసం ఎల్లప్పుడూ స్రవించే భూమాత పయోధరం. నువ్వు ఎప్పటికీ కొండరాయి పైకి చేర్చలేని సిసిఫస్వే అవుతావో, ఎవరెస్ట్ కొండ కొన మీద తన కూతురు పెన్సిల్ ముక్క నిలిపిన తేంజింగ్ నార్గే అవుతావో నీ ఇష్టం. నువ్వైనా నేనైనా శిఖరం చేరినా చేరకున్నా కొండనైతే ఎక్కాలి జీవితాంతం, కొండనైతే ఎక్కాలి జీవితాంతం. ఇంగ్లీష్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్. Climbing the hill. If you climb, you have to climb a hill, whether it's a lamp or a man. Climbing is not fun, it's not an exercise, it's a step-by-step journey of life. The hill is where I overcome myself, elevate myself step by step. Anantavaram Hill is my primary school. That is not me a heap of stones, a soulmate who has endless conversation with me, the heart of the mother that hatches trees, birds, animals, and many, many dark clouds. For me, the ever-secreting breast of Mother Earth, the ever-secreting breast of Mother Earth. Whether you become Sisyphus, who will never be able to climb the cliff, or you become Tenzing Norgay, whose daughter's pencil stood on the top of Mount Everest, it is left to your choice. Whether you reach the peak or not, you have to climb a hill for the rest of your life. You have to climb a hill for the rest of your life. రెండవ కవిత సంఖ్యావచనం. 13వ ఎక్కం 3వ మెట్టు మీదే బొక్కబార్లా పడ్డ రోజున లెక్కలకి నాకు చొక్కెదురని అర్థమైంది. అంకగణితం, బీజగణితం, తెల్లటి దుస్తుల్లో ఆర్కిమెడీస్, పైథాగరస్ల వీపులెక్కి స్వప్న నృత్యం చేసిన రాత్రుల్లో దడుపు జ్వరం పట్టుకుంది. PTR by 100 పిచ్చమణచలేక, కాలము దూరము మధ్య మతలబేమిటో బోధపడక, ఆన్సర్కి ఆమడ దూరంలో తచ్చాడుతుంటే వీడికి జన్మలో 20 by 100 కన్నా రావని మా లెక్కల పంతులు గారు ప్రైవేట్లోనే బల్లగుద్దేశారు. అయితే రోజులు మారి పంతులు గారి లెక్క పటాపంచలైంది. ఇప్పుడు నా చుట్టూ కింద పైన రేయింబగళ్ళు, కళ్ళల్లో కలల్లో లెక్కలే లెక్కలు. కాలం గొప్ప గణిత బోధిని, కాలం గొప్ప గణిత బోధిని, అది జీవిత వర్తమానాన్ని అంకెల్లోకి కుదించింది. తిరుగులేని మొత్తాలను భిన్నం చేసింది. అవిచ్ఛిన్న భావదర్పణాలన్నీ చిన్నాభిన్నం చేసింది. అసంఖ్యాక మానవ సమూహాల్ని అవలీలగా విభాగించి ఒక్కొక్క చీకటి దీవిక శేషం మిగిల్చి చూపించింది. ఇవాళ మృత్యుఘంటికల అసలు ఇంతైతే రేపు చక్రవడ్డీతో మరెంత అవుతుందో తేల్చి చెప్పింది. శబ్దాలన్నీ శమించినాక కొమ్మల్లో, కొండల్లో, అడవుల్లో, అర్ణవాల్లో చెలరేగిన ఆనందరావాల హెచ్చవేత తేలిందిప్పుడు. స్వీయ కేంద్రమై తనను తప్ప సమస్తాన్ని దుంపనాశనం చేసిన మానవ కోటి చిట్ట చివరి స్క్వేర్ రూట్ తెలిసింది. నేనిప్పుడు అంకెల్లో మృత్యువాసన పసిగట్టగలను. ఒకే ఒక్క అదృశ్య రూపాతీత రూపిణి పదులు, వందలు, వేలు, లక్షలుగా పరివృద్ధి చెందే చైన్ రియాక్షన్ మూలసూత్రం విప్పగలను. తుప్పుబట్టిన ఖండాంతర క్షిపణుల ముందు, బూజుపట్టిన అణ్వస్త్ర పాదాల వద్ద నిస్పృహతో కుప్పగూలిన మహామకుటధారుల పీడకలల కూడికెంతో. గ్రేట్, మెగా, సూపర్, సుప్రీం, లెజెండరీ వగైరా స్వయం కల్పిత వీర విశేషణాల జ్వలలన్నీ ఒకానొక అణుసుందరి ఖడ్గదారకి తెగినప్పటి తుత్తునియల మొత్తమెంతో నాకు తెలుసు. పాషాణ దినాల్లో అరణ్య రాత్రుల్లో పయనిస్తున్న నిస్సహాయ మూర్తుల గుండె చప్పుళ్ల వేగము, న్యూటన్ కిస్సింగ్ నెంబర్ ఒక్కొక్క 2 చేతుల జీవిని హత్తుకుంటూ అనంతానికి చేర్చుతున్న వైనము తెలుసు నాకు. నేనెప్పుడు 11,11,111 సంఖ్యనైనా ఒక్కొక్క నిలువెత్తు మృతదేహంగా క్రమం తప్పకుండా లెక్కించగలను. అహో, నేనిప్పుడు ఈ చిందర సుందర వందర భూగోళాన్ని బ్రహ్మాండమైన సున్నాలాగా గుర్తించగలను. నేనిప్పుడు ఈ చిందర సుందర వందర భూగోళాన్ని బ్రహ్మాండమైన సున్నాలాగా గుర్తించగలను. English translation. The math textbook. I understood that I was not made for math. On the day I fell flat on the 3rd step of the staircase of the 13th table, the febrile fright possessed me. In those nights of dream dances of Archimedes and algebra, riding on the banks of Archimedes and Pythagoras in white devilish robes, my math teacher declared with a thump on the table that I could never score more than 20% in math. As I struggled to solve PTR by 100 or understand the secret between time and distance, but our tutor's calculation went wrong as days began to change. Now, all around me during days and nights, I have the dreams of numbers alone. Time, a great math teacher, has confined the present of life into numbers and has destroyed the indivisible totals. It has smashed the unbroken mirrors of thought and has easily divided the innumerable groups of humans in a jiffy, and has shown the remainder of each dark island. It explained in terms of compound interest of the death knells of tomorrow. If this is today's present principal death rate, it showed now, after the silence of all words, the multiplication of accelerated shouts of joy in the trees, mountains, forests, and oceans, the ultimate square root of the self-centered human race that destroyed the whole world excepting itself. I can now smell the stench of death in numbers. I can unfold the original equation of the proliferating chain reaction of that one invisible supermorphic form in tens, hundreds, thousands, and lakhs. Now I know the actions of the nightmares of the rulers wearing great crowns, fallen in despair at the feet of nuclear weapons of the outdated missiles. I know the sum of the shattered heap of self-made eulogies of great, mega, super, supreme, and legendary figures, just with a sword touch of an atom sized beauty, a sword touch of an atom sized beauty. I know the velocity of the hearts of helpless people traveling in stone hard days and wild nights. I also know how Newton's kissing number is embracing and taking each two-handed creature to the infinity. I can now count without a flaw even an innumerable number of 11 lakh, 11,000 and 1111 as an individual case. Aha! I can now recognize the beautifully disturbed globe as one great decimal. This poem is translated by Dr. Vijay Koganti. Namaste.
13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
We're delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol from the Durbar Hall at the Diggi Palace. Our session today is presented in partnership with Nature Mott. It is our pleasure to present Woven Chronicles, Maria Jane Balshaw and Reena Kallat in conversation. Over the last several years, artist Reena Kallat has, through her work, shown the border, the territory and the map recurring as potent forms that point to broad historical narratives, as well as the manner in which humankind has left the imprint of history on geography. Kallat's approach to the subject is both poetic and speculative. In this dialogue, the director of Tate Art Museums and Galleries, Maria Jane Balshaw, joins her to explore how contemporary art can be a conduit for pertinent conversations around movement, migration, displacement and democracies. Maria Jane Balshaw is director of Tate, a role she has held since June 2017. She has overall responsibility for Tate's strategic direction and day-to-day operations. As director, Balshaw is also the accounting officer appointed by the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. Reena Kallat's work is widely exhibited at major international institutions, including the Museum of Modern Art in New York, Migros Museum of Contemporary Art in Zurich, and Mori Art Museum in Tokyo. Her recent solo exhibitions include the Manchester Museum and an ongoing solo show at the National Museum of Asian Arts, GUMIT, in Paris. Please do remember to comment and ask questions by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present Woven Chronicles, Maria Jane Balshaw and Reena Kallat in conversation.
Well, hello everyone, and Reena Kallat, it is lovely to see you over Zoom, you in Bombay and me in Kent in England. But I'm really pleased to be in conversation with you today as part of the Jaipur Literature Festival. We've got a short 45 minutes. So I'm going to be the person asking you some questions and not saying too much so that we give the maximum amount of time to talk and hear about your work. So I want to jump straight in. I was thinking that after this past 12 months, whilst we have all been separated, unable to travel, locked down very often. I am at the moment locked down at home still, as everyone in the UK is. We've almost forgotten how to connect to people and how to see art. So we need to remember these things. And I was remembering that, of course, the last project you did with Tate was within Tate Exchange at Tate Modern. So I thought that might be a nice starting point for our conversation. Talk to us a bit about your work at Tate Exchange.
It's such a delight to be, speaking with you, and every conversation is so energizing. I mean, I remember the last time we met was at Tate during the Tate Exchange project. And at that point, in fact, I had just begun making a work that today is being shown at the Museum Guimet in Paris, and it's part of my solo, but it's the number of scrolls. It's a work called Verso Recto, and let me see if I can get out some images to share with you. And so what you, when we met last, I think we were talking about the first pair, which was to do with India and Pakistan. These are constitutions of countries that have either been partitioned or in conflict. And these, of course, now form a kind of the spine of the room where both are facing on the outside. And each constitution is made using the process of tie and dye, where each dot is first drawn, then tied, and through a very laborious process where I work with craftspeople in Gujarat, in Kutch, these scrolls are made. And interestingly, the only two places where this art continues to survive and thrive are in Kutch and Karachi, both border sharing, regions of India and Pakistan. But since then, I mean, this has now grown into several other scrolls of US and Cuba and Serbia, Croatia, Sudan, South Sudan, North and South Korea. So essentially what you're looking at are the shifting text between English and Braille. I mean, Braille is something that I started working with nearly a decade and a half ago, where it was a very personal piece I made, which was to do with my mother, who I lost very early as a little girl. And I grew up with all the things she left behind, amongst which with her saris. And I didn't want to bring them out in the public domain, but I decided to then make these scrolls that actually had her handwritten recipe books. But I'm thinking of how I began using Braille was really to think of the limitations of language in being able to communicate deep notions of loss. And really this work in Braille, here I'm of course alluding to our sort of having lost sight of these common shared values, because all the words in Braille are actually shared values and principles that are part of every constitution, whether it's equality, justice, freedom, peace, and so on, that both sides aspire for. And yet we seem to be battling over our differences. And so as part of Tate Exchange, I'd invited people to, in a very sort of informal manner, in a participatory manner, to doodle, write, and to think about these gaps between what the ideals of democracy really stood for and what, and the realities and our current situation. So it was a very engaging project where I had like so many interesting people who came and who, contributed. But I think, yeah, it would be sustained conversations like these that would.
Yeah. And I was thinking that this flags up lots of things we'll explore later in the conversation about, if you like, the gap between the nation state and the values or aspirations of the individual citizen. Yeah. And of course, for us in Tate Exchange, people coming in and engaging with the artists and the art that is there, that's the connection that we want to have, an active sense of engagement. I wondered if you wanted to say something a little bit more about this sense of historical amnesia that you explore a lot in the work, that here it's neither the sighted nor the blind can see everything in the scrolls, but that reflects a view that I think you hold about the failure of memory.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think of this, the fact that we all aspire and expect. I mean, democracies all over the world are under strain, I think, today, and that's part of what one is trying to explore. And in this act of viewing and seeing and thinking of our own role as citizens, and how do we sort of, this is another work where both are actually, I'm delving into the same ideas, and this more directly where very actively it's a video installation called Blind Spots, where it's sort of referring to the physiological blind spot of what the optic nerve really, there's missing data, and you're trying to, the brain has to sort of interpolate information to be able to bridge those gaps. And speaking of gaps in our understanding of things, much of these work more, primarily what I'm trying to explore through these works are these kind of perceptual limitations of what we are sort of holding on to, our own myopia of our version of how we see the world, whereas the failure to understand both sides is really where I think every conflict lies. And these are again constitutions of different countries, but in the act of viewing and memory as being such a complex set of interactions between seeing, remembering, imagining, some shaped by language, some by imagery. And I think that ability to, and really memory has a way of working where we think that, in the act of viewing something, we're perceiving, but we're also, there's a fictional element that we bring to memory. And I'm kind of interested in how we all hold on to each experience that we have. No two people really see anything alike, and they form their own.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's fascinating with this particular work is the way in which the sight test itself is common to so many different cultures and languages. So from the large letter to the smaller, to test our capacity to see. But of course, across all those different languages, there is then often the failure to be able to communicate. So I think you do something very interesting moving between sight and hearing in this piece and a number of others that we'll see later.
And in fact, sorry, I was just saying that also Braille being a universal language that really doesn't belong to any geographic region or religion or any,
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to move us on a little bit because you mentioned already your mother and the loss of your mother and her saris. And it seems to me that your exploration of rupture and zones of conflict very often refers back to your own childhood and the experience of the violence of the partition of India and Pakistan. And you've explored that in a number of works. So would you like to reflect a little bit about how your personal history is manifesting in some of these works?
Maria, I had a very simple childhood, sort of growing up in suburban Mumbai, what was then Bombay. And I think one of the things that we really valued was the fact that, you had neighbors who spoke various different languages and the rich cultures that we sort of, inhabit. And I think that was something we really took immense pride in. And at some point, I think our understanding of the city really altered and changed. I mean, I've lived through the 92 riots, the 2002 riots, and one began to see the strains between communities. And while I grew up listening to stories about my father, who was born in Lahore, which is now in Pakistan, and his early childhood years of moving between places which are today some this side of the border, some in Pakistan. And yet, I mean, I never really thought it would have any bearing on my practice. It was only much later when one began to think of these strains between communities that one, thought about the legacy of partition and how it sort of continues to be played out and how, electoral politics has really used it more divisively and, engendering hate and fear amongst people of outsiders, whether it's globally or anywhere else, and I remember this moment of flying across the border and really the pilot announced, of those of you who'd like to see, and to me it was such a chilling moment of seeing this incision on the land, this LOC, which is the line of control between India and Pakistan, and what this line really does to people on either side of the impact it has on the lives of these people who had to leave everything behind and move. And of course, a lot of my family members, my dad's brothers and grandparents had to move and build a life in the city, which...
Yeah. And I think that takes us very neatly into a work like this one. So tell us a little bit more about this piece.
Of course, the no man's land in between India and Pakistan. I remember going to the Wagah border a few times, and I was documenting the gates on two sides. And this act, so much of the work is really about ideas of conflict and confluence, of convergence, and really bringing together two sides. And but in this piece, Woven Chronicle, which of course is amongst the more known works that has traveled extensively, this was from the Museum of Modern Art, shown in MoMA, New York. And interestingly, I was on a panel with MoMA in 2017 at the Jaipur Literature Festival. So I'm getting nostalgic thinking of energy there, and when we were physically present there amongst the audience and young minds questioning. But yeah, this is a work that traces the movement of migrants historically from indenture labor to agricultural societies, industrial, post-industrial societies. And we know there are no borders in nature, but here the line becomes the instrument. The wire is used, the electric cable is used in place of the pencil as a wall drawing to actually, which looks like yarn and has this sense of textile, but it's all intricately woven using the electric cable with sound, and the audio actually has a layered soundscape of factory sirens, ship horns, communication tones, deep sea drone sounds. And I was also thinking of the fiber optic cables that run, that connect us, and how through trade, technology, and commerce, we've been able to blur these lines, and yet these ideas of borders are so much in our presence and amidst us today.
Yeah, and I think, this is certainly one of your most powerful and I think best known pieces. But its complexity lies in that it is a wall drawing, but it also asks us to speak of yarn or think of yarn. And I think you very often play on sort of the multiple resonances of the materials you're using. I'm thinking of how the electric cables also become like barbed wire in other pieces, and the electric cable gives us communication, but it also, as barbed wire, it's imposing boundaries. And I wondered if you could say a little bit about whether that is something to do with a feminist as well as a post-colonial critique of the formation of nation states and the policing of borders.
There is, of course, the sensibility as a woman. I think that goes with the thing, it has to come in. But I don't. While of course one is a feminist, I don't consciously think about it when I make work. I am drawn to a lot of work that's made by women artists and strong women who I look up to and I'm inspired by. But thinking of these physical or imagined borders that are drafted across territory. Of course, maps really, it's not just we who shape maps, but also how maps shape our understanding of the world. I recently made the South Up map for the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and thinking of how, certain regions have gained more prominence, and subliminally we are affected by the power equations and geopolitics, whether or not we, address it. But I think certainly through the work, one is thinking of, as you rightly pointed out, this wire as a great communicator, as, transmitter of energy exchange, as communication cable, and yet here it morphs into barbed wires, fences, holding these inherent contradictions of being both conduit, carrier, and barrier at the same time.
Yeah. And there's also something very powerful about the intersection of history and geography and human movement and emotions. And I was thinking particularly, of course, in the UK at the moment, if you like, this map has changed because we have withdrawn from Europe. But my house is only a few miles from the Kent coast, and every weekend we see small boats still making the crossing between France and the UK. And so the movement of peoples and the displacement of people is often in defiance of or resistance to the way the map is drawn or the new political lines are established.
Absolutely. I mean, how histories have really shaped geographies. And I mean, thinking of the line itself, I mean, as such an integral part of an artist's toolkit that, you know, and I wanted to sort of retrieve the line back onto paper. And this is a work called Leaking Lines, where I'm thinking of beyond the Radcliffe line that I've really thought about. And, you know, there's the Durran line between, say, Afghanistan, Pakistan, that really runs through, say, the Pashtun population with, you know, arbitrarily drawn, not thinking of the peoples, you know, the rivers that flow between them. And you know, there are no borders in nature. So if you think of continuities or boundaries or hills and mountains and valleys and rivers, they sort of know no, you know, man-made divisions. And so I think there is constantly that ebb and flow between, no matter how much we try and impose these, there are going to be ways in which they will constantly be effaced. And yeah, so these are, it's a work called Leaking Lines, which actually has the blue line, and yet the way that the terrain sort of carries these surface tensions, again made using the electric cable, and the renderings of the actual site are you know, on one half of the work.
And you said something a moment ago, Reena, about retrieving the drawn line and it being an important part of your toolbox. So say a little bit about the drawn line in your own practice in relation to the many other lines and materials that we've seen.
Oh, you know, in fact, strangely, Maria, I had been making so much work, you know, which was, say, large-scale installation based, and I literally came back to drawing in 2014, you know, literally with a pencil, and that was in this act of trying to bring together two halves, which I really didn't know in which other way I could do. But yeah, I mean, think of, you know, the line that's drawn using the electric cable. In this case, it's also using, I've always worked, so in fact, there are really no boundaries in the way I use medium, clearly. I mean, I sort of constantly fluidly move between them, and I keep returning to some of the same preoccupations. And I think only in hindsight, as I join the dots, I see that there are certain recurring concerns and ideas that keep emerging in various forms. For instance, this sculpture, which is modeled on pre-radar acoustic devices that were built during the World Wars, and I sort of was referencing these very strange looking pieces, which I now call sculptures. But so Chorus, I did a series of works that actually are where one is sort of tuning into signals from the natural world. I wanted to subvert those notions of war by actually having sounds of birds in communication, whether it's the hoopoe bird from Israel singing to the Palestinian sunbird, or the crested caracara with the eagle, and from US and Mexico and so on. And so there's a whole repository of images. And of course, you sort of got me to Manchester, and this sculpture was very much part of that. In fact, it was commissioned during that time. And and the immense help that I got from the Manchester Museum in sourcing these sounds of various birds that I'd been researching over a long period of time.
Yeah, I want to come to a little bit more about that project in Manchester in just a moment. You might be fascinated to know, Reena, that again on the Kent coast near Dungeness, again, which is close to where I live, there are very large acoustic so these ears that were created during the World Wars to listen for aircraft coming across from France. And they never really worked, but they're extraordinary structures. And of course, now they're absolutely colonized by birds. It's in the middle of a large nature reserve. So it absolutely speaks to the issues that you're exploring here in Chorus. But as you said, Reena, you made a wonderful exhibition in Manchester, which was part of a citywide exploration of the impact and legacies and histories of partition across South Asia. But your work was in the Natural History Museum, which my husband then ran, and I thought it speaks to much that you've talked about, because if you were given an invitation to explore matters relating to the division of nations, and you moved very naturally into thinking about hybridities and the distinctions in the natural world. As you said, nature doesn't impose these kinds of boundaries. So I was thinking about the Tygon and the Tycor, those works that you created in Manchester, which people won't know what those are, but tell us a little bit about the hybrid animals that you created.
In fact, there you are.
Ah.
That's the Manchester Museum.
Yeah.
And, these are also other hybrids of trees, but again, using the cableway. I was thinking about all these subterranean, communication between whether it's trees that, sort of send out signals to each other. And it's a kind of imagined species of birds, animals, trees. And here again, our sort of interdependence with nature. I mean, we're sort of depending on oxygen source from the trees and so on. And so I think much of the work really reflects on our ideas of independence and interdependence. And I thought it was to turn to a species other than the human race to show us how we might cohabit this planet, where the disappearance of one sort of results in the disappearance of another. And this is at the Manchester Museum, and I was delighted to be, invited to speak in sort of conversation with the human and natural worlds that the museum's own collection has. And in a sense, I wanted to present these as a species that perhaps existed in the past, or a kind of proposition for them coming together in the future. So essentially, each of these drawings are one bird from one side and the other converging to form a new hybrid of, say, in this case, it's the deer with the lion, the Dion. And what was also fascinating for me was when I entered the museum, there was the Tigon, which was a cross between the lion and the tiger. And that kind of really anchored the work, to be in conversation with. But, and so it was sort of suggestive of remnants of these animals and trees, of the banyan between the banyan tree and the mango tree from India and Bangladesh, or the sunpoo, which is a cross between the hoopoe bird from Israel. And I was reading up about how there was an attempt to try and change the name of the Palestinian sunbird simply because it was on postage stamps in Israel. And I was thinking of how do we as humans claim ownership to these natural forms that don't essentially belong to either side, and which is also where some of these ideas, grew from. And clearly the way trees and birds know no boundaries, and they sort of freely fly across borders.
Yeah, I was remembering, Reena, that there was a sham rose.
That's
a
right.
shamrock crossed with a rose. And as a person who has Irish mother and grandmother and English father and his side of the family, I absolutely connected to the sham rose idea. I'd love to imagine that it might exist in the future. But we should move on. We have 5 more minutes until we can open up to questions from the audience. I wondered if we could move to rivers, Reena. In recent work, you have turned to the idea of the river as a site of both generative power, but also often a site of conflict that then is partitioned or becomes the border between nations. So speak to us a bit about the works that refer to water.
So yeah, this was a work that I did in 2010 called 2 Degrees, which was in Australia at the Campbelltown Arts Centre. And really, when I was part of this river biennial, I was thinking more deeply about our relationship to rivers and as communities that depend on rivers. And this, I was thinking about the river Indus and its multiple tributaries of Ravi Beach, Satluj flowing into India, and Jhelum, Chenab, and the river Indus into Pakistan, and the partitioning of the waters in the 60s. And while the river has these multiple names, essentially the waters remain the same. And here again, I was alluding to those long histories, civilizational histories that are so shared and deeply rooted that one half of the tree, in fact, this is where a lot of the work that I showed even at the Manchester Museum stems from, where I first made these drawings on the wall in henna and had one half grow into the banyan, the other into the Devdar tree as 2 national trees. But to think of rivers really have been both the cradle of civilizations and our own dependence on water, as our bodies being comprised of waters primarily. And yet you think of the kind of manipulation of the course of rivers, whether it's for dam projects, other hydroelectric projects, and so on. And the kind of interventions that humans have made in changing and reshaping the landscape has, on the one hand, we know that much of the conflicts exist because of the shared resources, whether it's land or water. And I often draw these analogies between land, body, rivers, and veins. And really, as again, water being what really connects us. And in many, many places, whether I think of the river Nile, the Danube, the Rhine between Arpakai, Shat al-Arab. And so I'm also sort of playfully here, while I'm thinking about these rivers, I'm sort of looking at the borders between the 2 places that they share. And yet, I draw out these lines, which then are rearranged in a way that to me began to appear like a landscape. Again, the idea of a landscape as being so politicized because of all that we have done in terms of our greed and extraction and how we've reshaped the landscape really. And yet, here I think they kind of sort of these lines, and it kind of came together to form a landscape with a river flowing through it. And to me, that was a sign of, again, no matter how much we might draw these lines, there is a universal, there's unity that underlies and sort of emerges. I think this was kind of, these are where they really come from.
Yeah.
But I'll just leave you with this last work, which is called Deep Rivers Run Quiet. And this was part of a more recent project, which actually has these lines dissolve in a way in this sort of universal solvent river, and these lines of division in a way.
Yeah, I think this work absolutely speaks to that recurring idea in your work that whilst there might be imposition, there is always also slippage, and the attrition, the work of a river is shaping and reshaping the bank all the time, and it carries history and human action upon it, but it is always moving beyond. And so there's possibility there, isn't there?
Absolutely. And I think of a lot of we have successful examples of, say, Armenia and Turkey, or say the Arpakai River, or say the one between Serbia and Croatia, the Danube, where transboundary agreements have really resolved conflict. And I think because of our dependence on waters, and we have to learn to sort of collaborate and bring and the restorative quality that nature brings. So yeah, I think one is thinking of these many bonds beyond borders, essentially.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I was going to move to ask you a little bit about the pandemic, but our audience is ahead of us, Reena. So Upsana Dutt asks, would you be soon portraying something about the pandemic and politics in your work? They say the fascinating work that you do, how an individual can or a group can learn from it so that it can be transferred into the future. So the pandemic, how is that manifesting for you?
I mean, for me personally, in the studio, it was like it has been for many of us a very reflective time to really rethink and, time to really reboot ourselves. But I think the pandemic really brought forth a lot of the cracks that, whether we were seeing migrants walking on the street, and there were a lot of really disturbing things that, of course, affect us. And I think at times like these, we also realize how, acutely aware of our own interdependence, of whether when critical resources are stretched and freedoms are shrinking in a way, and of all the necessities that, we are so keenly aware of, and the arts in their contribution also, you realize the value and of the profession one is in. So I think, it's been a continual process, of course, refining one's vision, of thinking of new understandings, of new learnings, perhaps, if we don't go back to continuing to do all that we do. And I hope we can have some takeaways and there is some silver lining to it.
I feel very much the same, Reena, in that it has been the hardest 12 months. But I have also seen how keenly people have missed art, and most particularly seeing art or objects in a museum along with other people. That sense of visiting as part of a community, that's what people are asking for. That's what they're telling us that they miss at the moment. And to me, that seems to be a silver lining that is about human creativity.
Absolutely. I think that museums have so much to, offer in terms of how people understand and their own surroundings. And I think that is something that very soon people will, come back to. I mean, I think this is perhaps only a pause, and hopefully time it'll be a little blip and we shall. But I think it also tells you of the keen and acute need for art that, where it has been a means of inquiry, not just as artists, thinkers, writers, curators, and but I think the work that you do at the Tate, I mean, with not just bringing in several communities together, but also how, with the North-South project, with collaborations with several institutions, I think what the future really holds is the need for this kind of partnership across. I mean, I think we've gained so much from the possibilities of technology as a great leveler, and yet we seem to be more disconnected in some sense of, yeah, but we will find new solidarities.
I very much hope so. We have a question that speaks to distance and difference. And Sumit S. Argawala asks, do you think that just like language and culture, even the definition of contemporary art changes with region and distance? So you have moved so much across the world. What do you think about that?
Well, as a practitioner of art, I feel that certainly, you know, the way your location, your surrounding, your environment certainly informs and shapes how you think about the world. So definitely, as artists from various regions would, you know, their art would offer something that is unique to where they are. And yet, of course, we live in a global world, we move, and our understandings are also sort of constantly reshaped by where we go and how we think of our place and where we come from. So I think that, but there is a common shared language, and I think that art is a great unifier in that sense of, you know, anybody, unlike language where you, when you are sort of listening or sort of reading language, there is a certain time with which words unfold, whereas in a work, the readings are so different because of the syntax and that different people really, I find that most enriching of how people across the world really contribute to the way they see the work, and that then feeds into the work.
Yeah, absolutely. I have one quick final and very practical question from Dr. Dutt, who says, how long does each piece take to complete? And where do you draw these ideas from?
Well, I mean, I think sometimes certain works you realize, you know, there were ideas but never found the right form, or certain materials that intuitively you feel carry immense potential but they don't come together. And so it's very hard to tell. Sometimes it may take a few years, sometimes really much longer. I mean, the work that I first showed you actually takes me back like 15 years of some things that come from there. And that was the first part of the question, and the latter being...
And I think you've said enough about where your ideas come from. That's been woven beautifully through the conversation. Could I just end with a point about friendship, Reena? I was reflecting that we are in this conversation because of a long... So after this period where so many of us have been rather isolated from each other, could you just end with a thought about the importance of these kind of conversations across borders and over time? How important are those to you?
I think, Maria, this period of, while being in isolation, one has really had conversations across the world. And I think this is a great example of how it's still made this possible for us to meet, despite not being able to travel at this point. And I think I really treasure those conversations, whether it's with artist colleagues, with writers, friends, curators, who really each time really, you know, injected new insights into the work. And so I hope that we can continue and strengthen and deepen those friendships, and despite these times.
Absolutely. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure for me to be in conversation with you, and I am certain that it is for all the people who have been listening. Thank you very, very much, Reena Kallat.
Thank you, Maria, for joining me this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria and Reena, for that wonderful session on how contemporary art can be a conduit for pertinent conversations. We'd also like to thank our session partner, Nature Mort, and our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a supportive audience. Do stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that we have specially curated for you. Don't forget to tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and tag us at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. We hope to see you in our other sessions.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Hello everyone, nice to virtually see you. My name is Kiran Bhatt. I am an Indian-American polyglot, traveler and author. I'm currently right back at my home in Georgia in the US, but I was living in Melbourne for the last year, and I'm going to move back to Mumbai in March. I'm really excited for that. I have spent a life of travel. I've now been to 134 countries. I've lived in 19 different places in various different countries, about 12 different countries. And I've learned 12 different languages as well. Picked up, I'm not very good at most of them, but I try my best. And I lived such an unconventional life because I wanted to create fictions of globalism. I wanted to create things that truly belonged not to one national perspective. Towards that end right now, I'm working on an extremely large project. It'll take place in 365 different parts of the world, and it'll take place over a decade, and it'll be told through a streaming platform. In that, I'm designing a website that will launch the reader into different corners of the world using its platform. The stories involve a mother and father. They're dealing with the unconventionalisms of their son, who has lived away from them. And in each story, they change national context to fit the locality of where they happen to be, but the same core story keeps taking place, or keeps being told. I want to share a little part of it that was published in a magazine called Kitab, which is based in Singapore, but largely a predominantly South Asian space. I wanted to share this part because I think it's fairly strong as a piece of writing, and it's longer than what I'm going to read, but I just thought I'd read a minute of it just for you all to get a sense of how I write. In the story, mother and father are going on their way to the South Sea beach of Jogja in order to make a sacrifice so that they can see their son. If you're interested more in that process, you can Google about it after you look at the story. They reached Parai Parangkusamo. Here, by the coast, the road became steeper. It hugged the land as it wound upwards and around, past banana plants and enclaves of sand. It narrowed out and straightened, and the land turned into a plain covered with grazing cows. The houses' stacked constructions were reminiscent of Javanese temples. They pulled into the parking lot, and mother reminded father to open the trunk. He helped her carry the leaves, the coconuts, and the plastic bag. Then she hid their sandals and valuables under the seat. The blackened soot of the sand was sullying them. The grey against the black reminded mother of charcoal. The waves were crashing against it, igniting wisps of foam. It was said that the South Sea was impossible to swim in. On such a night, it was risky even to consider dipping a toe. I'm going to stop here because I'm out of time, but the story was published by Kitab. You can read it there, and if you're interested in the work, please follow the platform, which I'll give you links to below. Thank you, and you have a wonderful day.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
I believe.
I believe.
Art matters.
और मुश्किल समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है।
आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है।
आप हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं, काम चाहिए।
हमारा हाथ थामिए,
हमारा साथ चलिए।
हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए
अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
Support the artisans, save the craft.
इस आयोजन हेतु कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति एवं पुरातत्व विभाग, राजस्थान सरकार तथा जवाहर कला केंद्र जयपुर को पुनः शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Stitch here, which I had already taught you yesterday. So अभी variation में
We are delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. We come to you from the Durbar Hall of Diggi Palace, Jaipur. Today's session is supported by the Department of Art and Culture, Government of Rajasthan. It's our pleasure to present Gulabo, Sapera and the Dance of the Serpents. Gulabo, Sapera in conversation with Tripti Pandey. The irrepressible Gulabo Sapera has given new life and impetus to the age-old traditions of the Kalbelia tribe. Born in Ajmer, Rajasthan, as the seventh child of her parents, she was buried alive after her birth due to community pressure, but was rescued and survived the ordeal. She went on to evolve her own individual style and school of dancing based on the Kalbelia form and received global fame and recognition. She shares the incredible story of her life journey, her inspirations and learnings with cultural icon and mentor Tripti Pandey. Pandey is a well-known name in the field of tourism and culture and travel writing. She's done pioneering work around multiple folk art and craft festivals, along with a special interest in helping traditional performers. An unforgettable conversation between Gulabo and Tripti Pandey on the joyous wellsprings of dance and creativity, as well on the harsh lessons of survival in a patriarchal society. Gulabo Sapera, a legendary folk artist, not only conceptualized and choreographed the flamboyant dance style Kalbelia, but also got her nomadic community a never-imagined recognition. Today, the dance form is one of the major features of the state of Rajasthan. Having faced numerous ups and downs, both personally and professionally, she is now visiting faculty at institutions in countries such as Denmark and France. She wishes to set up a dance school in Pushkar for her community. In 2011, Sapera featured in reality television show Big Boss 5. She is a recipient of the Padma Shri Award and the Maharana Mewar Award. Tripti Pandey is often termed as Rajasthan's cultural ambassador and has been a pioneer in researching and presenting living heritage. With her innovative approach and passion for living heritage, she set many milestones creating international festivals like the Desert Festival Jaisalmer, research collection and exhibitions on the coverings for women titled Through the Veil, as well as the books Where Silence Sings, Rajasthan Silver Jewelry, Pushkar, Colors of the Indian Mystique by Variety Books, and India's Elephants, A Cultural Legacy, which was awarded as the best book in the category of art coffee table books. Currently, she is the president of Surnai Sansthan, a society for living heritage, art and culture. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to present Gulabo Sapera and the Dance of the Serpents. Gulabo Sapera in conversation with Tripti Pandey.
गुलाबी कुछ याद है? एक टीला था
जी वैसे
और
वो तो कैसे भूल सकती हूँ मैं।
एक पुष्कर का मेला था
जी।
एक छोटी लड़की डांस कर रही थी और वहाँ पे दो दूसरे लोग आए
जी जी
जो कि
जी।
कालबिलिया समाज से नहीं थे
हाँ।
और बहुत सारे गांव वाले थे, कुछ पैसे उछाल रहे थे। कुछ याद आया?
अच्छी तरह मेरे को याद आया भी नहीं, वैसा वो हमेशा याद रहता है। और वही चीज़ है मेरी ज़िंदगी, जो एक जिसको कहते हैं ना कि लाइव दाता कैसे मिलते हैं, जन्म दाता तो होते ही हैं, उसके बाद जो लाइव दाता मिलते हैं वो किस तरीके से मिलते हैं कि इस तरीके से मेरे लिए भगवान बन के आया कि लोग मेरे को कोई 2 पैसा, कोई 1 पैसा, 3 पैसे फेंक रहे हैं और नाच रहे हैं हम मस्ती से औरतों के साथ में। वो जो औरतें होती मेरे को छुप छुपा के नचाती थी, पता है आपको, कि अपने चलते हैं और काजल लाली लेके दे देंगे तेरे को और बिंदी ले लेंगे और किसी को नहीं कहेंगे, क्योंकि हमारे समाज में अलाउ नहीं है डांस करना और बाहर निकलना औरतों को। पहली बार तो लड़कियों को बचाते ही नहीं है, बहुत कम बचती है लड़कियाँ। तो इस तरीके से हम नाच रहे थे और हमारे लाइफ दाता आए जो मैं कभी नाम नहीं लेती, लेकिन मुझे आज नाम लेना पड़ेगा कि हिम्मत सिंह जी और तृप्ति पांडे जी आए और वो देखते रहे, फोटो खींचते रहे और जब मेरा हाथ लगाया कि भाई तेरे बदन में हड्डियां है या नहीं, तो मैं बोली नहीं कुछ भी, क्योंकि मेरे को तो शर्म आ रही थी। ये मैंने देखा कि जो मैं सपने में देखती थी और मैं पापा को हमेशा कहती थी कि मेरे पापा एक लंबे लंबे बाल, इतने गोरे, बिल्कुल सफ़ेद सफ़ेद जैसा, इतने सुंदर आती हैं। मेरे पापा के तो परी आती हैं, तो वो मैंने देखा, मेरे को वो तो मेरी परी मैम आ गई हैं और मैं तो आपको देखती रही, आप मेरे से बात करते रहे, लेकिन मेरे को कुछ भी ध्यान नहीं, बस मैं तो मेरे सपने में चली गई। फिर आपने मेरे उन चाचे से औरतों से बातें करी कि चलो शाम को आप प्रोग्राम करना। उन्होंने कहा भाई साहब प्रोग्राम तो जानते नहीं क्या होता है, कि जो यहाँ नाच रहे हो वैसे तुम वहाँ नाचना और मैं आपको वहाँ बुला रही हूँ। उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि बोला अपने को वहाँ शाम को चलना है। मैडम बुला के गई जो फ़ोटो खींच रही थी, अभी वो जो तेरे को छू के देख रहे थे ना, हाथ लगा रही थी वो। मैंने कहा है? बोला हाँ। तो मैं तो फूल पे मैंने कहा ऐसे खुश हो गई। मैंने कहा यार वहाँ भाई साहब के पास फिर से चल रहे हैं और मुझे ये पता नहीं कि भाई साहब मेरे लाइफ दाता ही है कि मेरी ज़िंदगी बदल जानी है आज। तो बस फिर हम शाम को आए और मेरे को वो भी याद है कि आपने मेरे को घुंघरू लेके दिए, रावण हत्ता वाले जो होते हैं उनसे मुझे घुंघरू लेके दिए कि ये पहन के डांस करेगी ना तो तेरे को रिदम मिलेगी और तेरे को और जोश आएगा। तो मैंने सोची ठीक है, पहली बार घुंघरू बांधे मैंने पाँव के और मैंने डांस किया, इतना अच्छा लगा। लेकिन वहाँ पैसे फेंक रहे थे, 1-1, 2-2 पैसा। और जब वहाँ स्टेज पे डांस किया तो इतना अच्छा लग रहा था कि वो स्टेज एक मंदिर है, पब्लिक एक मेरे लिए भगवान है और इतना अच्छा लग रहा था। पर मैं सोची कि वहाँ तो पैसे मिल रहे हैं, यहाँ तालियां बजा रहे हैं लोग, ये क्या है। फिर मैंने आपकी बात याद आई कि देख तेरे को पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे, वहाँ सिर्फ तालियों का गिड़गिड़ाहट मिलेंगे। तो मैं संतुष्ट हो गई, मैंने कहा चलो ठीक है।
नहीं, पर उसकी दूसरी बात जो मज़ेदार है
जी
वो ये है कि तुझे तो हम कहे
हाँ।
आ जाना, अब ये था कि आएगी डांस करेगी, हम भी कुछ पैसे देंगे।
सही सही।
तो हम गए, एक बड़े IAS ऑफिसर थे
जी।
हमने उनसे कहा कि हमको एक आर्टिस्ट के लिए पैसे चाहिए।
अच्छा।
तो उन्होंने कहा कि सब पैसे तय हो चुके हैं, अब हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा सिर्फ 50 रुपये चाहिए।
अच्छा।
तो उन्होंने कहा कि आर्टिस्ट कौन है? तो मैंने कहा कि मना जी ने बताया कि वो एक कालबिलिया लड़की है,
टीलों पे नाच रही है।
टीलों पे नाच रही है। तो उन सब ने हमसे कहा कि आप लोग टीले की लड़की को लेके आ रहे हैं, मतलब सड़क से
उठा कर यहाँ स्टेज पे लेके आ रहे हैं डायरेक्ट।
तो मैंने कहा कि वो सड़क स्ट्रीट डांसर नहीं है, वो सितारा है, सितारा। आपको लोगों को दिन में रात में सारे तारे नजर आ जाएंगे। तो इतनी मुश्किल से हमको वो 50 रुपए सैंक्शन हुए,
पास कर दिए,
जो हमने तुझको
दिए थे।
दिए।
वो 50 रुपये आज तक है मेरे पास पैसा। मैं भगवान की जो भी पूजा करती हूँ वो 50 रुपये रखती हूँ। मेरे लिए वो 50 रुपये नहीं, वो आपका एक ऐसा वरदान था जिसकी कोई मोल नहीं है। उस 50 रुपये का कोई मोल नहीं, मेरे लिए अनमोल दौलत है वो।
नहीं, हम लोगों के लिए, खुद के लिए, क्योंकि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं। और हमने बचपन में सपेरे देखे थे, सांप नचाते लोगों को।
यहाँ रामबाग होटल में यहाँ देखा था आपने, लेकिन लड़कियों को नाचते हुए नहीं देखा।
लड़कियों को नाचते नहीं देखा था। तो हम लोगों ने सपेरों से कहा कि हमको आपकी लड़कियों को देखना है और लड़कियों को डांस करते हुए देखना है, कभी घर में तो करती होंगी। तो किसी ने हाँ नहीं भरी, पर वो तो पुष्कर में मिलना था ना। ब्रह्मा जी की नगरी है, तो ब्रह्मा जी तो सबकी सृष्टि की रचना करता है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि आज की सबसे बड़ी रचना
ये है,
इसको लेकर जाओ तुम। तो मुझे एक बात और याद आ रही है, यहाँ पे ना एक
हाँ,
टैटू
वो
लिखा हुआ
नाम
ना,
बनाया हुआ
हाँ,
धनवंती। धनवंती
तुम्हारा
नाम था मेरा।
जो जन्म का नाम था।
जी जी।
और उसके बाद सबने कहा कि गुलाब, तो मैंने सोचा कि पुष्कर में गुलाब की खेती होती है।
तो हमारे जयपुर में गुलाबी नगरी की गुलाबो
तो
गुलाबी।
हमने तुझे कहा कि गुलाबी नाम रहेगा।
जी वैसे आपने निकाला, बना जी ने निकाला गुलाबी नाम मेरा।
बना जी ने, हिम्मत सिंह जी ने बोला गुलाबी, और ये जा और वो जा गुलाबी, तो
जी,
जैसे
जी,
विदेश
जी,
गई
जी।
गुलाबी तो मशहूर हो
अमेरिका
गई।
के बाद गुलाबो बन गई।
वो तो गुलाबो बन गई। और हम लोगों ने क्या करा, हमने बहुत लड़ाई लड़ी।
आपने डांटा मुझे बुला के, भाई तू धनवंती थी, तेरे बाप ने गुलाब नाम रखा, फिर तेने गुलाब से हमने गुलाबी बनाया जयपुर में लाके, अब तो गुलाबी नगर की गुलाबी हो के अमेरिका जाके वापस आने के बाद गुलाबो बन गई डायरेक्ट। बोले ये क्या है?
हम इसलिए नाराज हो रहे थे कि हरियाणा में, यूपी में एक गुलाबो डांस किया करती थी, वो नौटंकी वाले।
जी जी जी।
तो हम तो नहीं चाहते थे, पर चलो कोई बात नहीं, गुलाबी गुलाबो कुछ भी हुआ।
मैं लड़ाई भी लड़ी उनसे। हरियाणा वो एक मैगजीन में निकला था, तो मैंने उनसे बोला भी, मैंने कहा भाई आप ये गुलाबो नाम क्यों निकाला, मैं तो गुलाबी हूँ। उन्होंने कहा कि देखो मैं, आप अमेरिका जाके आए हो, आप इतना बड़ा नाम किया है, तो हरियाणवी में हमें गुलाबो नाम नज़दीक सा लगता है। तो फिर मैं राजस्थान में जब छपने लगी तो मैंने कहा आप तो मेरे को गुलाबो मती बोलो, आज भी लड़ रही हूँ मैं गुलाबों के लिए, गुलाबो मती बोलो।
मैंने
तो
वो
कहते
बोला, मैंने जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल वालों से कहा कि आपकी गुलाबो होगी,
मेरी तो गुलाबी है।
अच्छा, उसके बाद यदि तुझे याद होगा, फिर हमने कैसे तेरे समाज वालों के साथ कहा,
मैं वो सारी स्टोरी में बताती हूँ, लेके आओ उसको जाके।
कैसे बोला कि अजमेर से जयपुर आओ। अब वो कथा बता हमको, जब तू मेरे घर आई।
जब पुष्कर में मुझे डांस करते हुए देखा, और पुष्कर के बाद में जब एक रोज़ तो मैंने कर लिया, दूसरे रोज़ मैं जाने लगी, तो समाज की औरतें जो मेरे साथ में थी कि तेरे को तो छुप छुप कर हम नचवा रहे थे, पहले तो डांस करना अलाउ नहीं, और फिर तेरे को तो मैडम ने पास कर लिया, अब तू तो जयपुर जाएगी। मैडम कही भी रही, मैंने कहा नहीं, मैं कहाँ जाऊँगी, मैं इतनी 7 साल की बच्ची, तो डांटने लगी, हमें भी लेके चलना। मेरे जो एक आदमी साथ था जो बीन बजा रहा, वो कहा कि इसको यहीं छोड़ो, आज अपनी चलते हैं मैडम के पास, वो मैडम अपने को पास कर लेगी। वो चले गए, मुझे चाय की थड़ी के नीचे मेरे भाई के साथ बिठा के चले गए। जाते ही मैम कहा कि बोला कहाँ है वो गुलाबी, कहाँ है वो जो लड़की बच्ची थी, वो कहाँ है? कि बोले मैडम वो नहीं है, बोले बीमार है तो मैं डॉक्टर की दवाई दिलाऊंगी, चली गई तो मैं वहाँ से लेके आऊँगी, नहीं तुम्हारा कोई काम नहीं, तुम भागो यहाँ से। उनको भगाया तो वो मेरे पास आए, आके मुझे बोला, पता है क्या बोला? कि हमने तेरा बीमार का नाम लिया है, और तू है ना चद्दर ओढ़ और यहाँ हाथ डाल बगलों में, और कह देना कि मुझे बुखार है। मैंने कहा मैं झूठ नहीं बोलती। बोला नहीं बोलेगी तो कल तेरे को कोई नचाने नहीं लेके जाएगा। मुझे नाचने का इतना शौक है ना कि मेरे को चाहे नाचने के नाम से कुएं में फेंक दो, इतना मेरे को शौक है, आज भी और पहले भी। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, आपने मुझे देखा हाथ लगा के, तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे बुखार है। तो भाई साहब ने गवर्नमेंट की टिकिया इतनी मोटी, पहले बार डॉक्टर की दवाई दी, बोले ये खा ले अभी ठीक हो जाएगी तू। वो गोली मुझे खानी पड़ी, इतनी कड़वी थी। मैंने कहा हमने कभी खाई नहीं, तो वो खाई, और उसके बाद मैंने फिर दूसरे दिन डांस किया और अच्छा लगा मुझे। और सुबह हमें बुला के आपने 50 रुपये दिए, और जो भाई तीसरे रोज जो मेरे साथ हुआ है, इतनी बड़ी सारी पंचायती बैठ गई, ये लड़की तो तख्तों पे डांस करके आ गई, और अच्छी लड़कियां तख्तों पे डांस नहीं करती है, और ये गई तो गई, लेके कौन गया इसको? बचपन से हम लोग माफ़ करते आ रहे हैं कि ठीक है पापा के साथ कर रही है, सांपों के साथ कर रही है, कोई बात नहीं, बच्ची है बच्ची। लेकिन ये तो आज डायरेक्ट तख्तों पे डांस किया है इसने हमारे। अच्छा, जब लड़कियों को जीने ही नहीं देते तो वो क्या मानेंगे कि वो डांस कर रही है? तो इस तरीके से मेरे को काका समाज से बाहर, मेरे पापा को समाज से बाहर कर दिया था। आपको तो पता भी नहीं, जयपुर आ गया अब तो।
अच्छा, जब जयपुर में हमने बहुत मुश्किल से राजी किया कि भाई जयपुर आ जाओ।
जब यहाँ जो रामबाग में बैठते थे, हमारा कालबेलिया जो समाज के थे, उनको आपने कहा कि उसको लेके आओ गुलाबी को। जब मेरे पापा के पास वो आए थे, तो मेरे पापा ने कहा कि वो मैडम जो इसको पुष्कर में देखा, वो बुला रही है जयपुर, तो और वो हमें नहीं बैठने देगी। अगर हम इस लड़की को लेके नहीं गए तो हमें बैठने नहीं देगी। उन्होंने कहा कि तुम गुलाबी को लेके नहीं आए यहाँ, तो तुम्हारा कोई काम नहीं है यहाँ सांप दिखाने का, रामबाग होटल में नहीं बैठोगे। तो पंचायती लगने लगी कि भाई हम पंचायती लगाएंगे, अगर गुलाबी इस लड़की को नहीं भेजा तो हम पंचायती लगाएंगे तुम्हारे से। मेरे पापा ने कहा कि अजमेर वाले मुझे समाज से बाहर कर रहे हैं, जयपुर वाले मेरे से पंचायती लगा रहे हैं, मैं क्या करूँ? लेकिन मेरी बच्ची नहीं जाएगी, वो खाली हाथ आ गए। लेकिन मैंने सुना कि मेरी परी में मुझे बुला रही है, और उन्होंने आदमी भेजे यहाँ पे, तो मैं सुन रही थी पास में खड़ी खड़ी। और मेरे भाई को मैंने रात को कहा कि श्रवण जो था ना उनको मैंने कहा भैया वो मैम बुला रही मुझे जो पुष्कर में मिले थे ना जो परी मैम मेरी। बोला हाँ भाई तेरी परी मैम तो क्या करें उसका। मैंने कहा मेरे को लेके चलना है वहाँ, समाज से बाहर कर रहे तेरे को वहाँ लेके जाऊँ। मैं रोने लगी। मैं भाई की बहुत लाडली थी, वही मुझे गाने वाने सिखाते थे, चंग वगैरह सब बजाने। तो कहा के बोले ठीक है मैं लेके चलूँगा। रात की 1 बजे आए थे वैसा हम लोग। उस टाइम पे तो मैं मुंह नहीं खोल पा रही थी क्योंकि मैं आज तक आपके सामने पहली बार वो बैठ के बातें कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि मैं बता नहीं पाई कैसे मुसीबत में हम आए आपके पास में। हम लोग रात की 1 बजे मेरा भाई मेरे कंधे पर उठाया और लेकर पैदल पैदल हम लोग 5-6 किलोमीटर हाईवे पे आए और वहाँ पे आके और सुबह 6 बज गई हमारी। बस वाले को हाथ दिया और वहाँ पे हम बस वाले को बिठाया, बोला कि भाई हम लोग जयपुर जाना चाहते हैं। बस वाले ने कहा कि बोले ठीक है बैठो। बैठ गए और वो बस वाला पैसे मांगने लगा कि पैसे दो। तो मैं ज़ोर ज़ोर से रोने लगी। मैंने कहा हमारे पास तो पैसे नहीं है, मेरे को तो परी मैम के पास जाना है। तो वो सोचा कि लड़की पागल। फिर मेरे भाई ने कहा कि ये लड़की थोड़ी मैं जयपुर में दिखाने ले जा रहा हूँ। हाँ बोला राजा पार्क में पागल खाना वहाँ दिखा देना है इसको। ये लड़की मतलब हाथ जोड़ा के हम लोग बस स्टैंड पे तो आ गए। अब घर कहाँ ढूंढे। फिर हम लोग पूछते किसी रक्षे में बोला कि हमारे समाज के कोई डेरे हो तो बताओ। तो हमें पहले पता भी था कि पीतल फैक्ट्री पे कोई डेरे रहते हैं। तो फिर हम पीतल फैक्ट्री पे आ गए। तो अब वो आपके लिए पूछने लगे। तो फिर हम लोग पैदल टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट परी मैम टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट परी मैम ऐसे पूछते 3 मूर्ति चौराहे पे हम लोग पैदल आए। फिर वहाँ से फिर आपके घर आए हम।
और उसके बाद जो सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि अभी जयपुर पहुँचे ही नहीं और तब तक तुम्हारा नाम तो बहुत हो गया था, अखबारों में आ गया था और पता पड़ा फिर मेरे घर तुम आई दोबारा।
जी ऐसे
और एक डिब्बा लाई
अमेरिका जाके वापस आ गया।
एक डिब्बा जूते का डिब्बा था,
लाल सैंडल थी और लिपस्टिक थी, उसमें काजल था और पाउडर था। तो बोले ये क्या है इसमें। मैंने कहा वैसे ये मेकअप बोलते हैं इसको। जब काफ़ी साल हो गए थे मेरे को तो लड़कियों को देखते काले पीले मुंह कर रखे हैं सब, कोई लाली लगा रहे हैं, कोई आंखें लाल कर रहे हैं, पीले कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने कहा मैं भी करूँगी। पर एक दिन प्रोग्राम में लाली लगा ली। बोले ये क्या है। मैंने कहा वैसे ये लाली। बोले लाली लगाएगी तो तेरे को मैं लाली लगाते हुए देख के लेके आई हूँ, तेरी जो ओरिजिनलिटी है ना वो ही रखना है तुझे, कभी लाली नहीं लगाना। भाई के बाद डिब्बा लेके गई। बोला आज के बाद ये सामान खरीदा तो मैं तेरी टांग तोड़ दूंगी। समझ गए ना, वो टांग से डरते मैं आज तक मेकअप लाली नहीं लगाती हूँ।
कर लिया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। हाँ डांगी साहब
के बाद
कर लिया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। तो इसने कहा कि मैं तो कालबेलिया के अलावा ये डांस भी कर सकती हूँ, वो डांस भी कर सकती हूँ।
वहाँ से भी आपने ये मचाया वैसा।
मैंने क्या बोला और बना जी ने क्या बोला, खबरदार। हेमंत सिंह जी ने कहा खबरदार सिवाय काले कपड़े के
अलावा कोई पहन ले
और सपेरे का डांस के कोई दूसरा डांस नहीं करेगी।
हम लोग रामबाग होटल में जब कर रहे थे ना तो डांस कर रहे थे हम लोग। तो वहाँ पे उनका डांगी जी का एक लड़का खड़ा था। उन्होंने देखा कि एक लड़की बहुत अच्छा डांस कर रही है, बोला उसको बुला लिया यहाँ। तो हम लोग सुबह चले गए और कहा कि बोले देख तू तो कभी कभी नाचती है ना, तेरे को हम रोज़ नचाएंगे यहाँ पे, तेरे को डांस करने का शौक है। मैंने कहा हाँ तेरे को रोज़ नचाएंगे यहाँ पे और तू हमारे यहाँ लग जाए। तो मेरे को 300 रुपये में तनख्वाह में रख लिया और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करवा के फोटो लगा के और टिकट लगा के साइन करवा लिए, मेरा अंगूठा लगवा लिया। जब नाचते हुए देखा राजमाता ने देखा था। हाँ। उन्होंने फिर बना जी को उनको कहा कि वो छोरी तो वहाँ पे डांगी जी के ग्रुप में कर रही है। बना जी ने फ़ोन करके भी कहा उनको डांगी जी को कि
डांगी जी के घर गए
तो उस लड़की को बोला तू हटा दे। बोले नहीं वो तो मैं लेके आया हूँ। बना जी के बोला मैं लेके आया हूँ, भाई साहब के मैं लेके आया हूँ, वो क्या मैं लेके आया हूँ। डांगी जी ने पता मुझे बुलाया जब बोला कलेक्ट्री में मिलेंगे, पुलिस केस हो गया, बोले कलेक्ट्री में मिलेंगे।
उस पे साइन कर रखा
था कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन। बोले मेरा वकील बात करेगा। डांगी जी ने कहा, बना जी ने कहा मेरा भी वकील बात करेगा। उससे पहले डांगी जी ने मुझे बुलवाया कि बोला ऐसे कर बेटा सच बता कि तेरे को कौन लेके आया। मैंने कहा मेरे को तो आपका नाम लिया। मैंने कहा तृप्ति जी और वो बना जी लेके आया पुष्कर से। ऐसे नहीं बोलना, ऐसे बोलना कि मैं डांगी जी लेके आया मुझे। मैंने कहा मैं झूठ तो नहीं बोलूँगी, जो मुझे लेके आया मैं उन्हीं का नाम लूँगी। अब मुझे पता नहीं किस चीज़ की लड़ाई है, लेकिन जो लेके आया मैं उसी का नाम लूँगी, मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूँगी। मेरे को सीधा कहा बोले तो खड़ी हो जाए ऐसे बाहर निकल जा। मैंने कहा बाहर तो चली जाऊँगी। बोले तेरे को पैसे भी नहीं मिलेंगे आप। मैंने कहा मुझे पैसे चाहिए भी नहीं, मेरे को वो लोग चाहिए जो मुझे लेके आए यहाँ पे, जिनके लिए मैं यहाँ जयपुर में मैं पूरा परिवार छोड़ के मैं यहाँ हूँ, मेरे माँ बापों को छोड़ के आ गई और उनके लिए तुम झूठ बुलवा रहे हो मेरे से।
उसकी कहानी का एक हिस्सा ये भी है कि 1 महीने पहले ये सारी कथा हिम्मत सिंह जी ने मुझे सुनाई
जी।
और कहा, डांगी जी से घर जाके कहा कि एक घर तो डाकण भी छोड़ती है
तो वो डाकण तो छोड़ो, घर तो छोड़।
तो ये छोड़ना पड़ेगा डांगी जी आपको। तो फिर
जी।
डांगी जी ने उनसे वादा किया और ये कहा कि मैं फिर ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से छूटता हूँ। वो दिन से छूटे, उस दिन से गुलाबी गुलाबो बन।
वैसा अगर आप और बना जी मुझे नहीं छुड़वाते ना तो आज तक मैं वहाँ पे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में रहती और अब्बाग होटल की कलाकार बन के रह जाती है।
भगवान की मर्जी है ना, सरस्वती 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 की मर्जी।
देखो आपका जो एक पौधा लगा है, मैं सपने में भी नहीं सोच सकती कि मैं आपके सामने बैठ कर बातें करूंगी। आज इतने में बरोबर बैठी हूँ, कुर्सी में बैठी हूँ, आपसे बातें कर रही हूँ।
लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल वालों ने मुझसे कहा ना
जी,
तो मैंने यही कहा कि हम दोनों शायद एक दूसरे से बात ऐसे, और वो भी आप लोगों के आगे करेंगे, ये पहली बार होगा।
पहली बार होगा ये मतलब पूरे मैंने आज कोई लाखों इंटरव्यू दे दिया होगा, लेकिन ये जो चीज़ है ना अपनी बातें, ये आज पहली बार हुई है और ये पहला ही है। आपको
आप तेरे को सबसे बढ़िया बात ये इतनी मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ सब लोगों को कि ये ऐसी दुष्ट है इसकी यहाँ तो आई थी और आते इनकी मोहब्बत हो गई। अब इनकी शादी होनी थी, शादी तो इनकी मोहब्बत हुई सपेरे परिवार से बाहर के आदमी से।
उसकी भी बहुत बड़ी स्टोरी है, वैसे मैं बताऊंगी आपको, मैं बताऊंगी उसकी स्टोरी। उससे पहले मैं आपको और बना जी को और सबको, मैं राजस्थान सरकार को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ और मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ मैं आप लोगों की कि मेरी तो जान बची मेरे पापा की वजह से, और मेरी माँ ने मुझे धरती से निकाला कि हमारे लड़कियाँ नहीं रखते थे पहले।
उसमें आती मैं आती
वो लड़कियां नहीं रखते थे, जन्मते ही हमारी लड़कियां गाड़ देते हैं। और बस ये कि जो उनको औरतें चाहिए ना वो जालोर से लेके आते हैं, मोल खरीद के लाते हैं लड़कियां, उनको घर में पालते पोसते हैं, फिर उनसे शादी करते हैं। ये हमारे सदियों से रिवाज था, क्योंकि जंगल में रहते हैं, बाहर की मांग के खाते हैं, सांपों को नचाने का काम है। लड़कियां नहीं नाचती थी हमारे, लड़कियां रखते ही नहीं थे। वो कहते कि लड़की रखेंगे तो इनकी शादी करनी पड़ेगी, इनको सामान भी देना पड़ता है, कपड़े भी पहनाने पड़ते हैं, तो वो लड़कियां नहीं रखते थे। तो इस चक्कर से लड़कियां जो भी होती गाड़ देते हैं। मेरे को पता है, मेरे को गाड़ दिया था। तो धनतेरस के दिन मेरा जन्म हुआ और जन्मते ही मुझे गाड़ा। मेरे पापा उस वक्त थे नहीं, हाँ, तो पापा थे नहीं घर पे, वो तो सामान लेने चले गए थे दीपावली का। और जिसने मुझे जन्माया वही औरतों ने ले जाके मुझे ज़मीन में गाड़ दी है। उसके बाद जब मेरी माँ को पता चला कि मेरी लड़की हुई है, उसको गाड़ दिया है, तो मेरी माँ रो रो के मुझसे भीख मांगती रही कि मेरी बच्ची की जगह बता दो, कहाँ गाड़ा है, मैं निकाल के लेके आऊँगी। लेकिन वो औरतें बताई नहीं वैसा। वो मेरी मौसी को पता था कि मुझे कहाँ गाड़ा है। मेरी मौसी और मेरी माँ जाके बोला अभी तो नहीं, रात को लेके आएंगे, अगर वो जिंदा मिल गई। मेरी माँ कहती, मेरी आत्मा कहती वो ज़रूर मिलेगी। तो रात की 7 बजे में हुई थी, 7 बजे मुझे गाड़ा और रात की 12 बजे मेरी माँ और मेरी मौसी उस धरती से जमीन के पेट में मुझे गाल दिया, दबा दिया।
बिल से सपेरन को निकाल के लाए।
ओ ये देख लो, खोदा मुझे, और मेरी सांसें चल रही थी, और वहाँ से मेरी माँ और मेरी मौसी मुझे वापस निकाल के लेके आई। तो बस ये कि मेरी माँ के 9 महीने पेट में रही, धरती माता के पेट में 5 घंटे रही। तो मेरी माता धरती भी है और मेरी माता भी है। तो और आप तो मेरे लाइफ दाता हैं। तो जब अमेरिका जाके मैं वापस आई थी ना, वैसा 5 साल तो मुझे खूब लोगों ने इतना कि ये लड़की हमारी नहीं है, वो नहीं है, ये तो हमारे समाज पे कलंक है, ये हमारी लड़कियां नहीं नाचती है। जब मैं अमेरिका जाके वापस आई, जब जाने से 1 रोज़ पहले मेरे पापा गुजर गए थे, फिर मुझे बताया गया वापस लाके, और फिर रात की आपके पास में कोई आदमी आया और आपको कहा कि गुलाबी के पापा नहीं रहे, गुजर गए। आप और बना जी गाड़ी लेकर आए, मेरे को हिम्मत बंधाई आपने कि हम है ना सब कुछ। तो उस चीज़ को बोला, पापा गए ठीक है, हम जगह नहीं लेंगे उनकी, लेकिन तू हमारे लिए आई है ना। तो वैसा वो बात मेरे दिमाग में, आपने मेरे को इतना हौसला बढ़ाया। और उसी रोज़ मैं सुबह 5 बजे वाली बस पकड़ के फिर मैं दिल्ली चली गई। दिल्ली जाने के बाद वापस आपने पहले बार अखबार में छपवाया मेरा, पहले बार मेरी फ़ोटो छपी। और उसके बाद में वापस आने के बाद समाज वालों ने क्या कहा कि बेटा आप हमारे लिए एक मिसाल हो। हम आपको ऐसे ही कहते थे, लेकिन आज आपकी वजह से हमारे समाज का नाम हुआ। मैंने कहा मेरी वजह से नहीं हुआ, मैंने आपका बना जी का नाम लिया, मैंने कहा उनकी वजह से हुआ। अगर वो नहीं होती तो आज ये समाज ही नहीं होता। क्योंकि मेरे को वहाँ जब पूछा है अमेरिका में कि इस डांस का नाम क्या, मैंने कहा कि मैं चाहती तो ये भी कह सकती थी गुलाबो डांस से, लेकिन मैंने कहा कि मेरे समाज का कहीं नाम पता ही नहीं है। तो मैंने ये कहा कि मेरे डांस का नाम आप सपेरा डांस, मैं सांप की जगह डांस कर रही हूँ बीन बजा के, तो मेरे डांस का नाम सपेरा है, मैं सपेरा डांस इसको बोलूँगी। सरनेम भी वहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ था, क्योंकि सरनेम हमारा लगता ही नहीं था। तो मेरा नाम गुलाबी नाथ लिखा हुआ है, जो गए थे मेवा नाथ, महादेव नाथ। मैंने कहा मर्दों का नाम हमारे क्यों लगा दिया भाई? मैंने कहा हमारे सरनेम सपेरा लगाओ, मैं सांप की जगह डांस करती हूँ तो सपेरा लगाओ। उसके बाद आने के बाद मुझे समाज वाले लोगों ने, पापा नहीं रहे वहाँ पे, राजीव गांधी जी मिले मुझे, उन्होंने मेरे को बहन बनाया, राखी बांधी। जब उनको पता चला आने के बाद समाज वालों ने क्या कहा कि बोले गुलाबो तुम हमारे लिए स्पेशल हो बेटा, आज से आप हमारे समाज की अध्यक्ष हो।
वो तो मैंने सब मान लिया। पहले अरे बताओ प्यार का चक्कर
बाद में बताऊंगी। उसके बाद पता क्या किया, समाज वालों ने मुझे अध्यक्ष बनाया। फिर कहा कि बोले बेटा हमारी बेटियों को भी डांस सिखाओ, हमारी बेटियों को डांस सिखाओ। मैंने कहा आप बेटियां बचाते कहाँ हो? बेटियों को तो सबको मार देते हो, बेटी होएगी तब डांस सीखेगी ना आपके पास। तब कहा कि आज के बाद हम किसी बेटी को नहीं मारेंगे, हमारे घर में भी गुलाबी चाहिए, हमारे घर में भी गुलाब चाहिए और गुलाबो चाहिए। तो उस रोज के बाद अमेरिका जाके वापस आने के बाद ये आपकी मेहनत, बना जी की मेहनत और आपकी ये ट्राई और आपका ये पौधा इतना खिला है कि आज हमारी बेटियों की जान बची। वो मुझे आज एक एक घर में 10-10 बेटियां हैं, 15-15 बेटियां, 5-5 बेटियां, 6-6 बेटियां, वो आज घर है।
मुझे अच्छा लगता है
घर निमा रही है, ससुराल का भी पियर का भी।
देख अच्छा क्या लगता है कि पहले सपेरे लोग आते थे और उनकी लड़कियां नजर नहीं आती थी, है ना?
होती नहीं थी तो नजर कहाँ से आएगी?
जब से कालबेलिया लड़कियां आने लग गई, सपेरे ने आने लग गई, तब से ये हो गया कि ढपली वाला साथ में कौन आएगा, बीन वाला कौन आएगा। और हम लोग आज भी ये चाहते हैं कि तुम्हारे साथ तुम्हारे आदमी लोग ही ढपली बजाएं और वो बीन बजाएं, क्योंकि यदि तुम लोग और इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगाओगे
वैसे तो ये विरासत आपकी खड़ी करी हुई है, तो आपकी विरासत को तो आप बचा रहे हो ना, हर बार आप बचा रहे हो। मेकअप अलाउ नहीं, दूसरे कपड़े पहनने में। अमेरिका से वापस आई तो मैं मिंडी
आप मेरे
टॉप पहन के चली गई,
वैसे वाले जूते, तुम मिडी पहन के आई थी और तुमने मुझसे पूछा था आपके पास मोबिल है क्या? तो मेरे को नहीं पता था कि मोबिल क्या होता है, तो मैंने कहा मोबिल क्या? तो तुमने निकाला वो सेल फोन हाथ में और मैंने कहा गुलाबी के हाथ में आ गया तो अब तो मुझे खरीदना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो बात कैसे करूंगी। पर वो तूने मोबाइल खरीदा था, प्यार जो हुआ था वो प्यार
वाली बात तो वैसे मैं बताती हूँ ना आपको, वहीं तो आ रही है मैं कि समाज के लोग है ना वो मान गए थे कि हाँ ठीक है हमारी लड़की ने काम किया, अच्छा किया। पर उनको कहीं न कहीं जलेसी थी, इस चीज़ की जलेसी थी कि ये लड़की अजमेर की है, जयपुर आके इसने नाम किया, हमारे कालबेलियों के ऊपर ये अध्यक्ष भी बन गई, ये छा गई और आज ये डांस में हम लोगों को मना लिया है। हमारे पंच लोगों की ये थी 420 हमारे साथ के बचपन से 81 से जैसे मेरे को भाई साहब लेके आए, तो जो मेरे साहब हैं वो आरा मशीन में नौकरी करते थे और वो कलाकार है, वो शुरू से कलाकार है और वो खाती है, जांगीड़ी ब्राह्मण है। तो वो हमारे ग्रुप में आना स्टार्ट कर दिया था, तो वो ढोलक बजाते थे पहले से। तो समाज वालों ने कहा कि ऐसे तो ये लड़की मानेगी नहीं, इसको कैसे न कैसे करके यहाँ से भगाना है, इसको बदनाम करना है। तो हमारे साहब को कहा कि तेरे को तू जोगी बन जा, उसको समाज में हमारे समाज में ले लिया, कालबेलिया बना लिया। कालबेलिया बनना वो बन गए थे 83 में बन गए थे। उसके बाद मेरे पापा को कहा कि ये लड़का है इसको संभाल लेगा और इसके साथ आप इसकी सगाई कर दो। मेरे पापा ने कहा कि नहीं, पराई समाज का मैं इसको नहीं दूंगा। तो बोले साथ भी तो रह रहा है, बोले साथ रह रहा तो इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी ना कि मैं इसके साथ शादी कर दूं। बोले ये साथ कलाकार है, कलाकार तो बहुत सारे मिलते हैं। तो हमारी बहुत बड़ी पंचायती बैठी थी भाई साहब,
बनाजी पंचायत में गए,
बनाजी आए, हिम्मत सिंह जी आए, वो आके उन्होंने यही कहा कि आप इस बच्चे को गलत फंसा रहे हो, ये पराये समाज में जाएगी नहीं, ये बच्ची है छोटी है, इसका भी शादी ब्याह ये सोचना गलत बात है, तो आप ये शादी ब्याह के चक्कर में मत डालो इसको। भाई साहब ने मुझे बहुत डांटा कि तू ब्याह कर रही है, मार खाएगी, तेरे को आगे बढ़ना है, अभी कोई शादी वादी नहीं करना। मगर भाई साहब समाज के आज राखी हम यही बातें कर रहे थे कि तेरे को भाई साहब ने मना किया था, त्रिप्ति जी ने मना किया था कि शादी मत करो, तो आपने क्यों किया? मेरे को नहीं करती तो फिर आप कहाँ से होते बेटे?
अच्छा,
तो ये बातें हो रही थी।
उसके ऊपर से वो जो शादी की वो तो की, और वो जो छुड़वाया वो आरा मशीन वाले से,
तो वो ही तो कह रही हूँ मैं। तो मेरे को बिठा दिया, बान बिठा दिया कि ठीक है, डोरडे बंध गए हमारे। ये बातें कभी किसी के सामने नहीं हुई। आज पहली बार मैं बात कर रही हूँ, ये कभी किसी के सामने नहीं हुई। आज पहली बार भाई साहब ने पूछा, मैं बता रही हूँ। डोरडा बांधा मेरे, हमारे साहब वहां से गायब। तो बोला मैं जाके आ रहा हूँ कैंप पे। तो हमारे क्या बींद बींदनी को मिलने नहीं देते, दूर दूर रखते, एक वो दूर झोपड़ी में, हम दूसरी झोपड़ी में। वैसे तो हम कलाकार थे, तो मैं तो छोटी थी, मैं 7 साल की थी जब वो मिले थे। मैं 22 साल लेके आए थे, मैं 7 साल की थी। जब से वो मुझे साइकिल पर आगे बिठा के ले जाया करते थे। उनके हाथों हाथों में मैं बड़ी हो गई 12-13 साल की। मेरे पहले बार घाघरे का कमीज का और घाघरे का टुकड़ा वो खुद लेके आए थे, घाघरा और कमीज का कपड़ा, और उन्होंने अपने साइज से बनवाया था। समाज वालों ने ये सोचा कि इनके लव स्टोरी है। तो मेरे को जब उनको पूछा ना कि तेरी शादी हम गुलाबी के साथ करेंगे, उन्होंने साफ मना किया कि मैं गुलाबी के साथ नहीं कर सकता। मैंने बच्ची की नज़र से देखा, वो छोटी कितनी है, मैं 25 साल का हूँ, वो 7 साल की, ये बच्ची के साथ मेरी शादी कैसे होगी। तो हमारे समाज वालों ने कहा कि तेरे को शादी तो करनी पड़ेगी इसके साथ, क्योंकि अब तेरा बदनाम हो गया तू कि तू ही घूमता है इसी के साथ। अब वो बेचारा साइकिल में बिठा के मेरे को कभी प्रोग्राम में ले जाता है, कभी भजनों में ले जाते हैं। तो इस तरीके से उल्टे फंस गए तो डोरडे बंध गए मेरे, बान बिठा दिया, हल्दी लग गई, और हमारे साहब गायब।
ये किस्सा
और साहब गायब। एक दिन हो गया भाई, पीठी का टाइम हो गया, बींद नहीं आया, ढूंढ रहे हैं उनको। मैं वहां से चली, महिला हुई थी मेरी शादी, वहां से मैं चली और भाई साहब के पास आ गई। मेरे को भाई साहब मेरे को डांटी, बोला आ गई बींदनी बगैर शादी की, क्या है, कहाँ से आई तू। मैं आके रोने लगी, मैंने कहा मेरा बींद तो भाग गया। मेरे फिल्म के लिए बचा रखी थी स्टोरी, आज आपने निकाल ली मेरी स्टोरी।
उसके बाद बनाजी आरा मशीन से कैसे छुड़वा के लाए।
तो मैं भाई साहब के पास बैठी, बोले तू बैठ जा, बनाजी जा रहे हैं। बनाजी चले गए वाराणसी वाला के पास में। काके बोला वो हमारा बींद राजा कहाँ है भाई। बोले नहीं वो नहीं आएगा, वो हमारा है, वो वहाँ कहाँ जाएगा कालबेलिया में। कि भाई वो तो जोगी बन गया है, गवर्नमेंट का सर्टिफिकेट है उसके पास में, तो उसको कालबेलिया बनाया हमने। बोले नहीं मैं नहीं दूंगा। बनाजी का या तो तू उस लड़के को निकाल, नहीं तो मैं तेरे ये जारा मशीन बंद करवा दूंगा। 2 दिन मेरे 9 दिन के बांध थे, 2 दिन हल्दी चढ़ी, 2 दिन बनाजी यहाँ, हमारे साहब यहाँ रहे आरा मशीन में छुपे हुए। और उसके बाद बनाजी उसके पकड़े कान और लेके आए और कहा के बोले ये, अब बोले चुपचाप शादी कर लेना, नहीं तो तेरी टांग तोड़ दूंगा, मेरी छोरी की बदनाम करेगा। तो इस तरीके से हमारी शादी, अगर बनाजी नहीं होती तो शादी भी नहीं होती। ये देख लो, भाग गया था ये आदमी। तो बड़ी मुश्किल से उसको पकड़ा के कहाँ से ला लू के।
फिर उसके बाद कट टू में आप लंदन आती हैं, बताती नहीं कि आपके राखी होने वाली है और हम लोग लंदन का प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। इन्होंने बताया नहीं कि इनके तो घर में मेहमान आने वाला है। अब हम भी अनाड़ी खिलाड़ी, हमें भी नहीं पता। अब फिर कुछ खट्टा मांगे, कुछ ज्यादा खाने को मांगे।
तो आपके मोमा जी की लड़के की शादी हुई थी। तो वो वहाँ बैठे थे, तो आपस में बात कर रही थी, तो वो उन्हीं के घर में रुके हुए थे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे अभी 3 महीने हैं, तो हम मेवार हम बैठे थे उनके पास में। तो बोले मेरी शादी जनवरी में हुई। तो वो जो मेवा बोली कि शादी जनवरी में हुई, तो बोले गुलाबी तेरी शादी भी तो जनवरी में हुई थी। बोले तेरे क्या हाल है। मुझे क्या, मेरे क्या हो सकता है, मेरे छोटी 14 साल की, मेरे क्या पता मेरे क्या हाल हो सकता है। अब वो बातें हम तो आपस में बतला रहे थे, वो बात भाई साहब तक पहुंच गई कि भाई ये तो खट्टा खाने वाली है हमारी गुलाबी। तो फिर जो आई मेरे पास, इधर आते रहो खट्टा खेलो मेरे पास आ, क्या शादी कर ली कोई बात नहीं, पर तू यहाँ तक पहुंच गई।
में एल्बर्ट हॉल में प्रोग्राम, और इन्होंने बताया नहीं कि इनके घर में मेहमान आने।
उसके बाद बोला कि बोला चल तू चुपचाप डॉक्टर के
नहीं गुलाबी। और मज़ेदार बात, हम लोगों ने ये तय किया था कि हम लोग सब लोग एक दिन रसोई संभालेंगे, किचन में कुक करेंगे खाना और सब खाएंगे। पर जिस दिन कालबेलियों ने बनाना शुरू किया, उस दिन सारे लंगे मांगने सब नाराज हो गए। उन्होंने कहा हम इनके हाथ का नहीं खाएंगे,
हम कालबेलियों ने हाथ का नहीं खाएंगे,
हम इनके हाथ का नहीं खाएंगे, छोटी जाति के। तो मैंने फिर उलट के कहा, मैंने कहा मैं तो ब्राह्मण हूँ, आप तो मुस्लिम हैं, फिर आपको क्या दिक्कत है।
वरना जी के मैं राजपूत तो ठिकाने वाला, बोले मैं खा रहा हूँ, तुम्हारे का क्या हो रहा है। बोला ये
हम लोगों ने बनाया और इन सब ने खाया लाइन लगा के। और दूसरे दिन हमने सबने तय किया कि कालबेलिया बनाएंगे और सारे लंगे मांगने यार पहले खाना खाएंगे। तो एक तरह से वो सब
बस
दौर था।
आपका इतना सीन है मेरी स्टोरी में, मतलब पूरी स्टोरी आप ही की है, देख लो आप नहीं होते।
अच्छा चल स्टोरी ठीक है। अब 1-2 गाने, ये गाती भी है नाचती भी है। पहले तो अपन यहाँ से गाना शुरू करेंगे। नचाएंगे तो जरा अपन थोड़ा सा खड़े होंगे तब नाचेंगे, है ना। तो गाना
कौन सा गाना गाऊँ बताओ आप?
बीटी मारी सोने की
बिनरी वो गाऊंगी।
बीटी मारी
हाँ ठीक है, वो गा देती हूँ।
हाँ।
और फिर मैं थोड़ा सा एक बोल मेरे फेवरेट गाना है,
हाँ।
जिसको 7 स्टार गोल्ड मिले हुए हैं,
ओहो।
वो गाऊंगी फिर मैं। और फिर मैं जो है इंटरनेशनल वो तो मैं गाती हूँ। बेटी मारी सोनारी होती रे, बेटी मारी चांदी होती रे, बेटी मारी चांदी होती रे, बेटी मारी सोनारी होती रे, बाल के बनडीरा बना ओ मुखी से बोलो तो सरी रे, कैया बोलू वे बनी ओ मुख में पानरी बीड़ी, ओ कैया बोलू वे बनी ओ मुख में पानरी बीड़ी। ओ बेटी मारी जयपुरिये जाती रे, बेटी मारी पुष्कर में आती ओ बेटी मारी जयपुरिये जाती रे, बेटी मारी पुष्कर में आती रे, बाल के बनडीरा बना ओ मुख से बोलो तो सरी ओ कैया बोलू वे बनी ओ मुख में पानरी बीड़ी, ओ कैया बोलू वे बनी मुख में पानरी बीड़ी।
और
ये तो हमारा ट्रेडिशनल कालबेलिया का गाना हुआ।
कितने दिन बाद गाया है?
बहुत दिन हो गए वैसे गाए हुए गाना।
मैंने यही सोचा है कि जो हम बातें करेंगे
भूल ही गए इस गाने को तो लोग, आज आपने याद दिला दिया वापस।
बस। और अब एक वादा और है कि कभी भी डांस करेगी तो ढपली वाला होगा
जी, ऐसा।
और सपेरे होंगे जो बीन बजाएंगे, वरना लोग बीन बजाना भूल जाएंगे, ढपली बजाना
एक मेरा ही ऐसा ग्रुप जाता है जिसमें बीन बजाने वाला आता है,
और ढपली वाला भी आएगा।
ढपली वाला भी आता है।
मैं तो थाली ढपली बजा दूंगी मैं। ठीक है। अच्छा, अब एक गाना और, 7 स्टार 7 स्टार।
देख पुंदिले ने झूरे नीरे बवर सन झूरे नी रे, पुंदिलेरी माताड़ी रे बवर सरी माताड़ी, देख पुंदिलेरी आवे नी रे बवर सरी आवे नी रे, पुंदिलेरी ओड़ूड़ी रे बवर सरी ओड़ूड़ी।
और अब तो चक्कर काट के दिखाना है, गुलाबी के टेढ़े वाले चक्कर और सुलटे चक्कर और उल्टे चक्कर, जो बाकी कालबेलिया नहीं खा सकती।
सही है, वैसा मेरे को पता
बेटी
है।
भी नहीं खा सकती।
कोई लड़की एक बेल्जियम की है जो वो आपसे जिद करी कि ये डांस तो डांस होता है, पर कहा कि नहीं ये मेरी गुलाबी का ही डांस है, और वो ही करती है। तो वो कहते हैं बोले ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि किसी का डांस हो सकता है।
बस अब एक बार
मैं चक्करी खा के बताती हूँ।
आपको चक्कर कटा के दिखाना है
जी,
जो गुलाबी का चक्कर है
जी,
चक्कर ही चक्कर।
As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we've struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against all odds. Please tweet using Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol.
13 years of tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
theatre is saying the really important things that need to be said in our society today. So please open your eyes and get engaged with theatre and see what wonderful work is happening. It will make you think, it will change your outlook on various aspects of society today.
I think Meta this year is fantastic, it's brilliant, it's off to a great start.
ये पूरे भारतवर्ष में अपने ढंग का बिल्कुल अकेला आयोजन
You know, without any consideration for commercial reasons, you just pick the best theatre. It is guided by only one principle, and that is excellence.
Even those who sort of don't qualify for awards do tend to feel recognized, and that's very important for an initiative of this kind.
Mahindra Excellence Theatre Awards brings excellent theatre.
It was fresh, it was original and inspiring.
This is the first time I've been to Meta and I'm having a fantastic time. Guys, you rock.
Meta is absolutely the most glorious platform for theatre.
महिंद्रा वालों का सबको शुक्रगुजार करना चाहिए, खासकर थिएटर वालों को, कि एक इस तरह का फेस्टिवल उन्होंने शुरू किया और एक्सीलेंट प्लेस.
Actually, I hadn't expected anything as experimental as this, I have to say, and I was really deeply impressed.
It's all a flow between sound and word and movement, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
So friends, for the 14th year of the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, let's perform, let's applaud, let's rise.
हर भाषा का हर रंगकर्मी चाहता है कि एक बार उसे मेटा में अपना नाटक प्रदर्शित करने का मौका मिल जाए तो उसका रंगकर्म सार्थक हो जाएगा.
The spectacular 14th Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards. Let the evening begin.
सभिनी खे नमस्ते. मां तव्हांजे साम्हूं पंहिंजी हिकु सिंधी कविता पेश करे रही आहियां. कविता जो सिरो आहे शुतुरमुर्ग छोकिरी. माण्हुनि सां सथियल रस्ते ते त तूं कॾहिं सिर खणी कोन हलंदी आहीं, पर मंझंदि जो हिन सुनसान रस्ते ते हलंदे तुंहिंजो कंधु झुकियल छो आहे? नज़र न ईंदड़, घूरींदड़, अखियुनि खां घबराईंदड़, ॾकंदड़ तूं हर ॿिनि क़दमनि ते वधीक झुकंदी थी वञी. पाण तरफ़ वधंदड़ वाचूड़े खे ॾिसी उठ पखीअ वांगुर रेतीअ में पंहिंजो सिर लिकाए थी छॾी. पर छा इन सां वाचूड़ो रुकिजी वेंदो? थी सघे थो त हुन जो ध्यानु तो ते न वञे. तोखे लताड़े हू उन छोकिरीअ तरफ़ वधी वञे जा पंहिंजे छातीअ जे उभारनि खे पसरियुनि में लिकाइण जी कोशिश पई करे, या उन छोकिरीअ तरफ़ वधी वञे जा अखियूं झुकाए ज़मीन ते कुझु ॻोल्हे पई, या हुन जो पीछो करे जा पंहिंजे तार तार पलव जे दाग़नि खे लिकाइण जी कोशिश पई करे। जे तो सिर न खयों त इहो वाचूड़ो उन ॿुढीअ खे लपेटे में आणींदो जेका हिन वाचूड़े खे तॾहिं सुञाणे सघंदी जॾहिं रेती संदसि अंधियुनि अखियुनि खे साड़े छॾींदी। हाणे त सिर खण, हाणे त सिर खण, वाचूड़े खे शूके ॾिस, अहिड़ीअ तरह हल जो रेतीअ जो ही तूफ़ान तो सां टकराइजी छीहूं छीहूं थी वञे। जॾहिं चिलकंदड़ कुझु किरणा तो ताईं ईंदा त के ॿियूं शुतुरमुर्ग छोकिरियूं पंहिंजा सिर रेतीअ मां ॿाहिरि कढंदियूं, पंहिंजा पर फड़फड़ाईंदियूं, डोड़ंदियूं, तूफ़ान सां टकराईंदियूं ऐं तूफ़ान ज़मीन ते विछायल वारीअ जो मौत मरंदो। महिरबानी। Now, the English translation of my Sindhi poem done by Dr. Namita Asthana Saxena. Ostrich Girl. Though on a crowded road you never raise your head and walk, but why on an isolated afternoon also your head is down while walking, fearing the roving, piercing eyes that cannot be seen, you go on bending more and more as you walk 2 more steps ahead. Seeing the approaching storm towards you, you hide yourself in the sand like an ostrich. But do you think that this will stop the storm? It is possible that its attention may not be on you. It may cross you and go to the girl who is trying to hide her bosoms in her ribs, or may move towards the girl who is trying to find something on the ground with her eyes down, or may follow that woman who is trying to hide the shreds of her stool. If you do not raise your head, this storm may engulf the old woman, who will only recognize approaching storm when the sand burns her blind eyes. Raise your head now, at least. Stare at the storm. Walk in such a way that the storm hits you and shatters on its own. Some sparkling rays will reach you, and some more ostrich girls will dare to bring out their heads from the sand, will flutter their wings, run, hit the storm, and the storm will die a death of sand on the ground.
म्यूजिक को लेकर के उसके बनाने से उसके बेचने तक या उसके अपने कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने तक आपके मन में कोई भी सवाल हो, प्रश्न हो, आई विल बी अवेलेबल एट आर्ट ज्ञान.
Singer or not, this class will be very useful to you, as it will help you communicate more clearly, hone the power of your voice, and use it more effectively.
राजस्थानी म्यूजिक फोक म्यूजिक सीखना चाहते हो, मैं सिखाऊंगा आपको। इसका नाम है मोरचंग।
I personally connect to dance and music beautifully. I would love to take you all on that journey and share my knowledge with you. Hi, I'm Swati Iyengar. I'm a Bharatanatyam dancer and practitioner from the past 15 years.
मेरा नाम करण खोसला है. I'm a guitar player, songwriter, and I also work with the Goa Jazz Academy here in Goa.
Thirteen years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
We're delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. Today's session is supported by British Council. It's a pleasure to present Pandemics, Past and Future, Chinmay Tumbe and Laura Spinney in conversation with Ambarish Satvik. The reoccurrence of pandemics is an unfortunate reality in human history. Leaving a devastating trail of suffering and death, they disappear from public memory until such time that the demons surface again. Academic and author Chinmay Tumbe, in his recent book Age of Pandemics, which is 1870 to 1920, How They Shaped India and the World, chronicles the many facets of the cholera, plague and influenza pandemics which claimed over 70 million lives between 1870 and 1920, with India being the epicenter in all these episodes. In the first truly global treatment of one of the worst pandemics of all the time, Pale Rider, the Spanish flu of 1918 and how it changed the world, author and science journalist Laura Spinney delves into lesser-known details of that forgotten disaster. In conversation with surgeon and author Ambarish Satvik, they touch upon the science and psychology of the pandemics and lessons from the past that may make us better understand the potential onset of zoonotic diseases in the future. Chinmay Tumbe is a faculty member of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and author of India Moving, A History of Migration and the Age of Pandemics, 1817 to 1920, How They Shaped India and the World. Laura Spinney is a writer and journalist. Her writing has appeared in The Guardian, The Economist, and the National Geographic, among others. Her best-selling account of the 1918 pandemic, Pale Rider, the Spanish flu of 1918 and how it changed the world, has been published in 17 languages to date. In conversation with Ambarish Satvik. Ambarish is vascular and endovascular surgeon and writer. He is director of the Vascular Cath Lab at Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, and professor of vascular surgery at the Gangaram Institute for Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. He is the author of the critically acclaimed novel Perineum, Neither Parts of the Empire. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting Pandemics, Past and Future, Chinmay Tumbe and Laura Spinney in conversation with Ambarish Satvik.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be in conversation with Laura Spinney and Chinmay Tumbe. You've heard about them in the introduction right now. They're both scholars, and both of them have written perhaps the most intricately assembled accounts of pandemics that you can ever encounter. Both books are very eminently readable, very riveting. I've read both of them, and I'm positively evangelical about both these books. Laura's book is an excavation of the mother of all pandemics, the flu pandemic of 1918. And it's not just a retelling of how it unraveled and the devastation it caused, but also it tells us about the effects of the pandemic and how it altered life and society and global politics and how it changed the course of history. And Chinmay's book is called The Age of Pandemics, 1817 to 1920, and it chronicles 3 pandemics, cholera, plague, and the flu pandemic. And perhaps the thrust of his argument, which is offered in conclusion, is that we seem to have banished the age of pandemics from our collective memory and also from standard issue historiography. And therefore, it's his attempt to locate the age of pandemics in global historiography of that particular age, that those 100 years which were defined by the rise of nationalism and colonialism and capitalism and globalization. So let me kick this off by asking both Laura and Chinmay to give executive summaries of their books, the sort of blurb jacket summary of their books. Laura, you first.
Wow, I think we could both be here all afternoon. I suppose I wholeheartedly agree with your point about pandemics having been relatively banished from collective memory. And so my goal, quite simply, was to set out to tell the story of the worst catastrophe, human catastrophe of the 20th century, possibly of all centuries. We can talk about that, the numbers are vague. The so-called Spanish flu, which wasn't Spanish, which killed between 50 and 100 million people, according to current estimates, infected 1 in 3 people on Earth, that's 500 million people, and I think cast a very long shadow over humanity. That's the short version.
Yeah, and the age of pandemics, from 1817, when the very virulent cholera strain breaks out, to 1920, after which actually all 3, cholera, plague, and the flu, actually wane, is a remarkable sort of epoch. Again, tens of millions of people died. And for me, as someone based in India, what is remarkable is that the epicenter of mortality in all 3 of the pandemics was India. And yet, this is something which has just kind of vanished out of especially Indian sort of memory. We remember, particular political events much more than epidemic history. And so what this book tries to do is essentially there are 3 core chapters on cholera, plague, and influenza. I've tried to locate, using a variety of sources, including a massive mortality statistics database, including burial records, including oral histories, put together an idea of just how devastating it was. And I think my jacket sort of a nutshell argument is very simple. This is an age in which life expectancy rates in India were about 20, which means at birth, which means if you were born on average, you could live only 20 years. And these life expectancy numbers actually were falling roughly between 1870 and 1920. And at a time when Europe was kind of had major investments and they were cutting down mortality, increasing life expectancy. Broadly put, at a global level, in one line sort of argument, this is a period where the share of population of Asia actually falls from something like 65% to 50%. This is a period where people talk about the rise of the West in economic terms, but people forget that it's also the kind of rise of the West in demographic terms. And in the sense, Asia population, many other countries' populations were curtailed or constrained by pandemics. And that is why it's kind of got short shrift, especially in the history outside the West, because if you see what's the mortality in the West, it was much lesser relative to what happened in Asia, relative to what happened in India. And that is why they say we kind of consider this period to be about imperialism, nationalism, and all these things are important. But fundamentally, it will be like writing about the 14th century without the Black Death. This is, a huge part of the century is pandemics.
Yeah, and why do you think this is the case? That, I mean, all of us in school have been given elaborate lessons on the Russian Revolution and the wars, and we know all about the Bengal famine, but there's absolutely nothing about these pandemics. Why do you think that has happened? Laura first.
Well, I was just going to widen it out a bit in the sense that, what we call crowd diseases, the infectious diseases that thrive in large populations of densely crowded human beings, 12,000 years since the farming revolution, and certainly for 5,000 years since the first cities. And I'm thinking, I mean, I'm fascinated by Chinmay's focusing on the Asian part of it, because that has been thoroughly neglected. But if you were to open it out globally, you could think of the 16th century, just for purposes of comparison, which we call the Age of Discovery, when the Europeans went out in their ships to the so-called New World and brought their horrible diseases with them, you know, and it was kind of a slow realization, I think, in the minds of historians, that actually those diseases did a lot of the work for them in devastating the populations in the places they arrived in their ships. And it was only kind of quite late, you know, not until the 20th century, that they realized that the imbalance that those, the unbalanced effect those diseases had. So maybe that would be a kind of interesting parallel to explore, because you know, there were pandemics back then. We've had 15 pandemics in the last 500 years, so it's not a new phenomenon.
Yeah, I think, you know, just building on to what Laura is saying, I think in a way, all history, especially in India, is political history. What we learn in, you know, what you said about learning in our textbooks, you know, Laura, you know, had this wonderful piece on the influenza in India. And we remember the 1919 Jallianwala Bagh tragedy, which happened in April 1990. In India due to the influenza, and yet we remember, we celebrate, you know, or commemorate that particular event. I think the kind of what gets recorded in history, I think the difference, if you think of categories of mass mortality, there's wars, there's natural disasters, and then there's pandemics. I think these are the, you know, core, and maybe famines and so on. But wars are always recorded, and that's, I think, because you have a clearly identifiable enemy. I think that's the reason, you know, and that's why in England, you know, the celebration of, say, World War I victory, World War II victory, and so on. In India, the victory against the British, and so these are events which then get recorded, and people, I think, try and want to forget very quickly episodes of mass mortality. But especially when there's no clearly identifiable enemy, and that's what we're saying, you know, a lot of pandemics is about. I think that is one of the major reasons as to why it, you know, quickly moves out of our collective memory. You know, when I was doing research on this book, when the 1957 flu kind of pandemic broke out, there was a letter to the editor in the Times of India who had lived through 1918 and said, we have to take precaution because we have seen 1918. You know, so that memory was there for that generation. But, you know, after the next generation kind of completely forgot. And so I think this period between 1960 and 2020, in a way, is a period of less lethal pandemics compared to the past. And I think that's one of the reasons people have kind of forgotten it in our generation.
Right.
This question,
yes.
Question of collective memory is fascinating, and it's really it's the reason I wrote my book, because before I came to the subject of the so-called Spanish flu, I have to put so-called in front. We should probably call it the 1918 flu, because there was nothing Spanish about it, or nothing particularly Spanish about it. But I started thinking about this around 2013. I'd never really, although I'm a science journalist, I had never really focused on infectious diseases before. And the reason I came to it was because a lot of the editors I write for, because I'm freelance, were starting to think about how we would mark the centenary of the Great War, the First World War. And so we were thinking about science angles to that. And in the course of my research into all sorts of fascinating things like battlefield archaeology, I came across the estimated death toll of the 1918 pandemic. And I did a complete double take. I mean, why are we marking this centenary of a war which killed, still a staggering number, of course, 18 million, but not even talking about this other event which totally overshadows it in terms of death. So the whole collective memory issue is what took me into that subject. And I totally agree with Chinmay that it's about the enemy not having a face, but I think there are other factors as well. I think, for example, if you take the Spanish flu, which now I hope it's clear I'm using as a shorthand, for much of the 20th century, it was thought that it had killed about 20 million people. Those were the first estimates that came out in the 1920s, which would put it in roughly the same ballpark as the First World War. And it was only at the end of the 20th century that those numbers were raised to 50 to 100 million, numbers we work with now, although they're still contested. But so, you know, I think in our collective consciousness, we had no real sense of its scale. And it was always seen as something that was vying with the war. I also think that a pandemic doesn't really lend itself very easily to a linear narrative, which is what we humans love, you know, a nice beginning, a middle and end, and of course, heroes and villains. You know, that pandemic, the majority of the people it killed died in 13 weeks between the middle of September and the middle of December 1918. So I think there are lots of reasons why it just sort of slips through the holes. You know, another point is sort of structural, if you like, which is that wars tend to destroy infrastructure as well as human beings, whereas pandemics don't destroy infrastructure, but they do destroy human beings. So I think we can recover more quickly from pandemics too.
Yeah, just to very quickly add to that, you know, last thing on numbers. In India, the operative number was about 5 million deaths, and it's much later when people start realizing it's 15 to 20 million. So that thing, and 5 million was very close to the people, you know, mortality of famines. And so it was not seen to be something unusually large compared to what famines would take away. That's again, you know, one reason. Yeah.
You think, can I dive in here and be really annoying and ask a question of Chinmay, which is that, I mean, my feeling all along was, while I was researching this book, was that the numbers are too big for anybody to get their heads around. And I suspect that must be a particular problem in India, which, as you say, was the kind of epicenter in terms of the absolute numbers of dead, is that 18 million at a certain point just loses all meaning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to put it in perspective in today's thing, in November 1918, there were about 200,000 people dying every single day in India. And, you know, we've had less than that in COVID. You know, I think the number today, as we speak, is 150,000 deaths in India today. So there were as many people dying every single day in November 1918. In India. So at some point, you know, and I think the death collection, the statistical system falls, you know, when people are throwing out bodies on rivers and cliffs. So even counting deaths is completely different. Yeah.
Right. So you know, these numbers, the mass mortality statistics are staggering, and you know, I think Lucretius made the case that people aren't afraid of death unless there's an immediate danger of dying, and the current ongoing pandemic, for many of us, forced us to kind of confront our own mortality. And I remember meeting Chinmay in the first or the second week of March when he had come to Delhi. And at that point, I think COVID was just about unraveling in Italy. And we were all with sort of fetishistic fervor watching the dashboard in the international dashboard and the number of deaths and the number of infections. And there was a sort of you know, almost vicarious sense of anxiety and that we were experiencing there. And it was only then that the full kind of impact and tenor of that famous John Donne poem, you know, hit us, because, you know, each man's death diminishes me, if I can quote correctly. Send not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Because, you know, the trouble is that we in India, many of us don't have, we're not familiar with the practice of funeral tolling. So we never understood what that meant, you know, and the literality of death knell in that sense, it doesn't exist in the Indian languages or the Indian vernacular. But it was only then that we started viewing this with a very acute and real sense of vicarious anxiety and not schadenfreude. But since you, Laura, have been tracking pandemics, did you think that the first 4 cases of pneumonia of unknown etiology in Wuhan would somehow reach this proportion and would turn into this full-blown kind of God-smacking pandemic?
No, I certainly can't say I was one of the first to call it. I definitely wasn't. And, you know, we've had epidemics, for example, SARS, that were stamped out before they became pandemics, although they certainly have pandemic potential. So, you know, I do think certainly in Europe that we were very slow to react. You know, there was this sort of idea that it'll stay over there. And of course, you know, and I mean, we were caught on the back foot, no doubt about it. But I do think it's also quite difficult to say in the early days whether something will become has the potential to go global. And you're talking about a new disease, by definition, a disease that humanity has never seen before. Flu is a slightly different case, of course, although each strain that causes a pandemic is novel to humanity, at least humanity that's alive on the planet that day. But I think what's been really interesting to me over the last year is sort of seeing that normalization of death happen in stages. I mean, if you think about right at the beginning, the word staggering kept cropping up, for tens of deaths a day in one country, and then hundreds of deaths a day, and then thousands, and we just kind of got used to it. And the other day I was talking to John Nkengasong, who's the director of the Africa CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And he said to me, I mean, Africa is about to hit its grim milestone, as the cliche goes, of 100,000 deaths. And there's this narrative been going that Africa's been relatively protected against this pandemic, which is possible, difficult to understand, could be a lot of underreporting in there and so on. But his first point was, I just want to mark that milestone because 100,000 deaths is a lot of deaths. Whether you compare it to what's happening in the rest of the world or not, that is a lot of deaths. He said, if you'd told me a year ago that a new infection would have killed that many people by now, I wouldn't have believed you. No, it would have been too shocking. So I think, it's seeing that process happen over the last year has been absolutely fascinating. And I think it probably happens in every pandemic, especially, I don't know what Chinmay thinks, especially in earlier times when infectious diseases were the main killers of humanity.
Yeah, I think, part of the story is also how quickly it can get around. We're talking literally a few weeks in which this has got around. I think 1918, we can say, is also a few weeks, maybe slightly more delayed, maybe a few months. And if you go back to plague, many more months. And when I start, my book starts in 1817, it takes about 2 years when cholera, the new strain, emerges in Eastern India. It takes about 2 years to just touch all the Indian subcontinent. Right? I think so. What's really different right now is the instantaneous news that we all, experience the pandemic at the same time, and everyone knows about it. In the 1918, one of the things which I found was in Western India, the disease was often called as Manmodi, and so many people did not really refer to it in one, like how we all refer to this as one disease. It had very different meanings in different parts of the world, and I think so. This is probably the first big pandemic where we are all collectively as a human race experiencing it and talking about it in pretty much similar languages like social distancing, mask, everything, which I think was not maybe also the case, in previous pandemics. The thing is, talk about deaths. For me, for example, it came in very personally. This book is in fact dedicated to the librarian of our institute who passed away, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. And so it really hit us very hard. A very close friend. And he's no longer there, and the least I could do was to dedicate this book to him, his family, and he's just done a fantastic job with the library. And so these are kind of personal experiences which really drive home that there's something beyond numbers.
Let me ask you both. So if you were to compare the sort of tripartite wave pattern to the 1918 flu pandemic, you have a small wave around spring, followed by a much more lethal and a more acute kind of wave in autumn, and then followed by another small wave in early 1919. Do you think that because both the influenza pandemic and the current one are respiratory mucosal infections, pandemics of respiratory mucosal infections, do you think it's following a similar kind of tripartite pattern?
I mean, they do seem to strike in waves, yeah, and I'm not sure that's completely understood. We're still trying to work out, it's not very clear because even in 1918, those three waves didn't strike everywhere. They were staggered in time in the Southern Hemisphere with respect to the North. There's an idea that the third wave was actually the sort of tail end of the second wave that was interrupted by end of year holidays. Children no longer at school and things are changing kind of behavioral practices and movements of people that might have just interrupted the transmission for a while. So it's quite hard to, and that wasn't necessarily the same in every country. So yeah, there does seem to be, in a very general sense, this wave structure to respiratory epidemics and pandemics, but whether it's the same mechanisms at work, I don't think it's completely clear yet. I mean, the interesting thing about 1918 is that there seems to have been this mutation in the late spring that took off in the viral population and that drove a much more virulent form of disease, to the extent that people thought that they were dealing with something different from the one that caused the first wave. Is that what's happening this time? Are we even there yet? I would hesitate to say, but clearly these new variants that are coming out, and of course also we have these new vaccines. That's totally unprecedented for such a novel pathogen. And are they also driving evolution in the virus? I'm sure they are, but I think it's a little early to see how this is all going to pan out.
Yeah, like I write in the book, never celebrate the end of a pandemic, because you really don't know when it's going to end. And this is classic in the case of plague. When plague hit Bombay in 1896, after the first year, when plague retreated, the officials of the Bombay municipality celebrated, saying, "We have done a great job in defeating plague." And then for the next 20 years, plague would keep coming every year, devastating not just Bombay city, but Western India. Plague was a very seasonal disease, right? Like cholera. And in a way, over time, people kind of they knew when the disease was coming. It became predictable in terms of, they knew that it was going to come in a few months of the year, and they would respond, accordingly. That's one potential way how this pandemic actually could go. It could either go like the 1918, where it kind of fizzles out in one or two waves, or if you consider the third wave, or it kind of keeps coming through. It becomes almost seasonal, and of course you get regional variation, and these regional variation will be very puzzling, just like it was very puzzling during cholera, in plague. Just to give you an analogy, in India today, we say, why is Bombay having all this COVID? And I'm just coming from Bihar. Bihar seems to be, if you look at the per capita income map, this is a strange pandemic. 1918, the poorer parts got hit much more. Right now, the COVID mortality is almost perfectly lined up with per capita income. There's a lot of mysteries, which I don't think we have the answers for right now. And I think they'll come, eventually.
Right.
Can I just add something there about what we mean by a pandemic, because I think it's fascinating if you think about it. We think of something that sweeps across the world very quickly, which would fit the description of the Spanish flu and COVID. But plague moves much more slowly, as Chinmay says. We're in the people keep forgetting we're in the grip of another pandemic at the moment, which is AIDS. I was just writing the other day about the possible next pandemic, happy subject, but antimicrobial resistance could be a different kind of pandemic, which would move much more slowly as well, and would consist of many different infections, all of which would be chronic and untreatable. So it's interesting how we think about what a pandemic is and how that's tied up with the speed of it, how we have to become used to it, our use of our distinction between endemic and epidemic, something that's there for good and something that moves through. Fascinating, the language of it when you think about it. And then how our understanding of whether it's something that's coming and going or whether it's something we have to live with changes our behavior in turn and changes our culture.
As Laura said, the vaccination is very different. 1918, it came, it went, nobody really knew what happened. Out here, I think the knowledge is progressing very fast, and the vaccines are out. And so this might be the first, one of the first pandemics which might potentially be curtailed to some extent by vaccine. We'll just have to wait and see how much that happens. I think 1918 also was in many places, herd immunity. It just killed so many people. And whoever, the remaining people most of them had caught it, and they kind of seemed to be immune after that. And so it kind of went through relatively very quickly. Whereas this one, precisely because there's been a global lockdown, which was not the case in 1918, precisely because people know many of the things which people did not know in 1918. I think a lot of these waves are also conditioned by our behavior. That is, it's kind of the data which is driving our actions, which is it's leading back to the data. So the numbers are going up, then we behave in a particular way, and then we constrain ourselves from going out, and then the numbers start falling. And as they start falling, again we start going down, and again they start. So there's a kind of feedback loop between the data and our behavior. I think that's potentially one, explanation for what's happened.
Right, but you mentioned how there's, you seem to be, there's this most perplexing question of how come the countries that have been worst affected are the ones with the highest GDP and the Human Development Index. In fact, there's a very provocative paper that's just been released, which speaks of this very dangerous kind of concept called hygiene hypothesis, by very respectable and venerable epidemiologists and people who are interested in mathematical modeling, where they say, and this is from publicly available data from 106 countries, and you'll see that this is most perplexing. Countries like, there's a stark difference in mortality statistics between East Europe and West Europe. Stark difference in mortality statistics between the African countries and America. In India, what has happened, and there seems to be the idea that incidence of communicable disease is negatively correlated with mortality, and improved hygiene and higher incidence of autoimmune disorders, the nations that have it, are correlated positively with higher mortality. And this is not what happened in the flu pandemic of 1918, because your chance of dying in Asia was much more than your chance of dying in North America or Europe. But it will remain a very provocative hypothesis. I think
very dangerous one. I think it's a dangerous one. I think it's far too early to say that. And, talking to Médecins Sans Frontières the other day, they are on the ground in the worst affected parts of Africa at the moment, where they're putting tents up because there are not enough beds to treat the people. There's no oxygen. The case fatality rate, as blunt an instrument as that is in Africa, has recently gone above the global average, mainly because I think they don't have oxygen, so they don't have the means to treat the patients who get there. So, there was earlier last autumn a suggestion that, it's your suggestion essentially, highly provocative, that poverty protects, and that people who live in crowded conditions where social distancing is not as easy to achieve are somehow getting some advantage from that, perhaps because I think the idea originally was that they were more exposed perhaps to the related coronaviruses, the ones that cause the common cold. But I don't think that pattern is consistent across the world. From what I understand, and of course we're looking at really messy epidemiological data where you can't, and it's patchy and there's underreporting and things are defined differently in different places. You cannot, I don't think at this stage, take out cause and effect. But from what I can take away from the experts I've spoken to, the only things that are really, really clearly related to mortality are age and comorbidities. Those are the most powerful predictors at the moment. Everything else, it's not off the table, but I just think it's too early to say.
Right.
I think the hygiene hypothesis is very dangerous. Just to put it very bluntly, India was a fairly filthy country in the age of pandemics, 1817 to 1920. And 40 million Indians died at the minimum. Right? So what was this hygiene, not protecting the Indians from back then?
Right.
Obviously I think it's just too early to say, but I just point out, this thing about regional variation. During the plague, Eastern India and Southern India barely got the plague. It was all in Western and Northern India. And the officials thought they had done a great job. And this is about, pandemic management, saying that they had kept away the plague. It turned out later it was about the nature of the rats and rat fleas. And they were just not, there. They didn't have a plague ecology in Eastern India and Southern India. So there are reasons which we are in that, period between 1898 and 1905 during plague, where people were just conjecturing. And only when the transmission of plague was laid bare, that people started understanding regional variations. I think it's just very early to speculate.
I agree. And I think this is going to be a journalistic enterprise. I don't think this is a question to be answered by scientists or virologists. I think this will require a deep dive by someone like, you, Laura, or Chinmay, perhaps a Pulitzer Prize winning book on why there's been such variability in mortality statistics. The audience questions are coming in, and I'm just going through some of them. Uma Gupta asks, Camus' novel, The Plague, had profound impact in terms of issues it raised in terms of the human condition. What do you believe would be the takeaway from the current pandemic, philosophically speaking? Which one of you would want
That
to
we're
answer?
not immortal, but we think we've conquered infectious diseases, and we have not. I don't know about philosophy, but I'll seize on the opportunity to make a point which I didn't make earlier, which is that there's a fascinating conversation at the moment going on in amongst people who work in memory studies about whether this pandemic might buck the trend of forgettability of pandemics, in the sense that, as Chinmay was saying, this is really the first major digitally witnessed pandemic. If you wanted to, over the last year, you could watch infection rates and mortality rates practically in real time. So we've all had access to all the available data practically since the beginning. And will the fact that that information has been there, we've all had it at our fingertips, change the formation of our memories about it? So, well, I think you could think about it as a natural experiment in pandemic memory. I'm not sure if that's a philosophical takeaway, but that's my offering.
Yeah, I just point out a very India-specific change in the, I think, general perception is that last year we had two crises. We had a pandemic crisis, and then we had a migration crisis. And just a coincidence that I've written a book on migration and pandemics. But I think what 2020 would have changed is that I think a class of workers in India who were invisibilized for far too long were literally thrown out on streets, and they had to walk back home. And I think you can see there's a whole new approach towards understanding that India has more than 100 million migrant workers. And I think that's one thing that's changed in India. So when you talk about Camus and the condition of people, I think this particular pandemic in India has shown the condition, the plight of migrant workers. And so I think hopefully that will change. People have suddenly realized that these guys exist, in our cities, and we need better, up our game into providing welfare services for this important class. So I think that's a huge shift in the mindset. People simply had no clue that there were so many people and the precarious lives that they were living. And I think that's an important kind of change that the pandemic is definitely.
That will change things. I mean, is it already changing things?
A lot of, wherever, because I've been working on migration for 10 years, I've been part of policy-making groups. Wherever I go, people are keen. They're keen to understand how do we help migrant workers. That was never there before the pandemic. So there's clearly a shift. It was unfortunate that we required a migration crisis to start talking about this, but I think that's something which has happened.
Right. Would you like to riff on the hereafter? How is it going to change the world? As someone said, never make the mistake of saying that, the world would never be the same again.
Okay, well, let me say that I think that often when people are inside a pandemic, as we are now, they talk about how the world will never be the same again. And then they immediately forget the pandemic as soon as they're out of it. That's been the track record up till now. Although, as I just said, this could break the trend, this could be different. The other thing I think that happens is that people make predictions in the pandemic of how the world will change, and those things aren't necessarily borne out, but other things change. I think pandemics have a habit of accelerating trends that were already in place, already underway. So you could see 1918 as having accelerated the move to socialized medicine in many countries, I think. And to the need for some kind of global public health organization that would coordinate responses to such crises in future. Then you see the forerunners of the WHO being born. This time, what will we see? So having just said it's very dangerous to make predictions, people say we'll be traveling less, we'll think about the climate more. I doubt somehow, maybe in some ways, but we were all very excited about Zoom, and then we all started talking about Zoom fatigue. So I think we've realized that Zoom is wonderful for many things, but in-person meetings are also quite good. So maybe we'll find some kind of middle ground there. I'm quite interested in what's been happening in medicine. I think there has been probably, and here I'll stick my neck out, an important shift towards telemedicine. That will probably stay around. It's difficult to predict because there is a danger with it of reinforcing inequalities that already existed in access to healthcare, because now you have to have access to IT as well. But I think it also has the potential to democratize medicine, to increase access if we handle it properly. And I think one other thing we've learned this year is that hospitals hospitals, in the sense that we understand them today in the modern world, are eminently unsuited to pandemics, because you bring everybody together from all specialties in one place and present them with a contagious bug. So I think the way that we understand the concept of a hospital might change, and the way that medicine is delivered might well change. Those are my two suggestions for today.
Yeah, I think, I'll talk about climate change. One of the things the lockdown kind of, really showed us is that if you have no activity, suddenly the air can get cleaner. In Delhi, I believe, suddenly in northern India, we have these social media memes that you can see the Himalayas, and there's this whole narrative that actually it's such a cleaner world. It is possible, though obviously not practical. And so it might, I think, prompt, people who have seen this possibility, that is, if you actually have no economic activity, things can change overnight. Literally, the quality of air can improve overnight. I think that might prompt some very smart kind of solutions, hopefully, in the future. Maybe, no cars allowed on Sunday in Delhi. I don't know. Ambarish might have a better view on that.
And you think the economy is going to bounce back? We'll see the roaring 20s again?
Well, that's pretty. We know it's a roaring 2021 because what we call as a base effect. If you fall by 10%, you have to come back, by 15%. So we know if 2021 is a roaring year, that's just mathematically so. But really not going to. Economists are just about as bad as astrologers in predicting the global economy. The IMF forecast for the global. The IMF. I'm saying this, because they study. Economists can predict just about 3 or 4 months down the line. Beyond 2 years or 3 years forecasts, they are as bad, and a 5-year forecast is as bad as a coin flip. So this is how, if you look at the IMF forecast of the last 25 years, that's how it is. So it's very tough, to make these predictions. But I think this move to a cleaner kind of, less carbon intensive life. I'll take a shot and say maybe the pandemic will accelerate, that shift. Let's see.
I just hope people,
So I'm just going to finish the thought about the rebound, which is that I think we will see a rebound, but if the rebound is proportional to the size of the loss of the extent of the disaster, then we won't see. Then the Roaring 20s was a response to 50 to 100 million people dead out of a global population that was a quarter the size of today. So this is a blip on the screen compared to that. And proportionally, I don't know what Chinmay would think, the rebound won't be so marked either.
Yeah, I completely. In relative terms, from the pandemics we have studied, this is a pandemic with very little mortality as a proportion to global population as of now, and hopefully it stays that way in terms of relative comparisons. And so all the classic big changes, Black Death, 1/3 of Europe perished, 6% of India's population influenza. I write, the labor movement in India really picks up in the 1920s. Thanks to this massive mortality that happened in 1918 in India, and so you're not going to see those demographic shocks, because I don't think they are substantial enough to make a complete alteration like the 14th century Black Death or like the age of pandemics. But I think the fact that everyone has got this one shock of alternate possibilities, that you can have education online, that you can have you can have clean air. I think that when people have seen it, that these things are possible, I think it can activate more energy in those lines.
Right. So when you get into IIM, you just don't get into haloed real estate and buy into a certain kind of peer group. I think it makes more sense to show up. But thank you. This has been most enlightening, and I'll recommend that all of you should go and buy these 2 books. They're absolutely compelling, and perhaps the sweet meeting point between great narrative and historical scholarship. That's all we have time for. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Laura and Chinmay.
Thanks, Ambarish. And I should just point out that Ambarish himself has a book called Perineum, which is on epidemics and history, which is also worth reading.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay Tumbe, Laura Spinney, and Ambarish Satvik for enabling us to understand the science and psychology of pandemics. We thank British Council for supporting the session and our celebration partner, Diageo. And thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against all odds. Please do remember to tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 @ Jaipur Litfest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you in the next session. Thank you.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
My name is Lizzie Fincham and I'm studying for a PhD in creative writing in Swansea. I'm going to read 2 poems from my new collection, Hunger Gap. 17 countries and counting. Watching that house again as I waited in the bus shelter, near the church in the village, remote and alluring as the moon, I noticed decay had bitten deeper into the 4-square house. Every one of us who passed it en route to the beach stopped to look at it. Deserted 10 years at least, to my certain knowledge, all round the globe there are images of this house, as phone photos are shared, in Japan and Jaipur, Texas and Tuscany. Stories have already been invented by pilgrims who headed past it to the beach. Today, none of us pushed open the gate, though it puzzles us. Abandoned and promising, neglected and possible, as it slides into memory as the house at the end of the world. The second poem is written specifically for these times. There will be drumming and dancing. There will be drumming and dancing in the halls of the kings, shepherds bringing stories of new stars they have seen, and always there will be singing. Glassblowers will trumpet glass into new worlds. Painters will splash walls into ultramarine forests, and the oceans will leap with scarlet fish. And of course, there will always be singing. There will be quiet water lilies gleaming white as wax on the surface of the woodland pool, and there is still the faint sound of singing. There will be vines stretching into light through the iron ribs of the glass house, while more rain almost drums out the sound of singing. After those days, 17 bright hares will race once again across the frosty field to their winter hut under oak trees that were saplings in the time of Shakespeare, and now there is the sound of more singing. As the drummers and dancers fill all the balconies and terraces of the cities and villages, forests and mountains of the world, now all of us will be singing.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. It is our pleasure today to present The Wake Up Call, John Micklethwait in conversation with Suhasini Haidar. Exposing the deep fault lines within governments across the world in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, author and journalist John Micklethwait's latest book, co-authored with Adrian Woolridge, The Wake Up Call, Why the Pandemic Has Exposed the Weakness of the West and How to Fix It, offers both critical analysis and solutions. Micklethwait is the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg. In conversation with journalist Suhasini Haidar, Micklethwait takes a sharp look at global power shifts and the necessity for a structural paradigm shift within governments. John Micklethwait is the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg, where he oversees editorial content across all Bloomberg platforms, including its news, newsletters, magazines, opinion, television, radio and digital properties, as well as its research services, including Bloomberg Intelligence. Prior to joining Bloomberg in February 2015, Micklethwait was editor-in-chief of The Economist, where he led the newspaper into the digital age while expanding its readership and enhancing its reputation. He is the co-author of 7 books. Suhasini Haidar is the diplomatic and national editor at The Hindu. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present The Wake Up Call, John Micklethwait in conversation with Suhasini Haidar. Over to you, Suhasini.
Thanks so much, and thank you to JLF for having us on for this very interesting discussion. If you aren't awake, what John Micklethwait tells you in the next 40 minutes will certainly wake you up. Remember, COVID, in a sense, was a forced pause for the world on steroids, at least for the first year. What we saw in terms of the lockdowns and all that followed, the worry about the medicines, the worry about the vaccines, all of that has forced us to stop and think about the kind of lives we are leading, confront questions that perhaps we only paid lip service to, like health security, the digital divide, access to food during the lockdowns became another question. And many of us took that hard look at ourselves, what we needed compared to what we already owned. We looked around at the environment and said, you know, it can actually be a lot better than it is right now. But John Micklethwait and Adrian Woolridge, who have written books before together, actually took the time to write a book about the pandemic, if I may say so, during the pandemic itself, because it isn't really over yet. So to start with, John, I do want to ask you, was this meant to be instant analysis? Did the book come too early? Why did you decide to write it now?
I think, well, it's up to you to judge whether it came too early. It was instant analysis, I think, in one way, but I think most of what has happened since then has kind of reconfirmed what we thought. And you know, it's often you write books and then a year later you think, was I quite right? In this case, I think on the big picture, I think we were right. And there were 2 sort of basic messages of this book. The first was, as you hinted at, that government mattered. This was the first time where it was really evident that kind of good government was the difference between living and dying. And you can see that most clearly by the numbers of thousands, the number of people dead per million inhabitants. I just checked earlier, Britain, where I live, is up around 1,700 people for every million inhabitants. America's around 1,400. You go down the other end of the scale, you get places in Asia, and you end up with people with 40, 50, 60 deaths per million inhabitants. So it's 20, 30 times better. And that was the difference between having good government and bad government. And that was one thing that we fixated on. And that came very much from a position of, as you mentioned, we were at The Economist, Adrian still is at The Economist. It's a very free market organ, and we'd often focused on the private sector. But the lesson for the West at the moment is government matters. And the second part of the message of the book, it could be summed up by one number. China claims a number of 3 deaths for every million people. Just repeat it, that's 3 against America's 1,400. And what's interesting about that is even if you ascribe a healthy degree of skepticism to that number of 3, imagine that we think that China is hiding 9 out of 10 deaths. Possibly, I think, I probably have more people working for me in China than any other journalistic institution. I don't think we think they're hiding that many, but just imagine you say they are. So they're up at 30 deaths. That would still put them 40, 50 times better than America. And that, to us, symbolized a second thing, is the sense that Asia was back. Because if you go back to the first great book about government, written by Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, back then, Asia was the superpower. China was by far the biggest economy in the world. Europe was a bloody battlefield off to the other end of Eurasia. And then Europe got ahead by being much better at government than Asia. We competed against each other. The English blew the French out of the water. French blew the English out of the water. The Chinese when they invented gunpowder, they used it for fireworks. We used it for ammunition. Terrible things happened to that, some of them in India, but basically it was a struggle to be better. And by 1960s, you had a very clear thing that you had America, I suppose then the leading country of the West, dreaming about putting a man on the moon whilst millions of Chinese died of starvation. Since then, you've seen Asia, a particularly Asian style of government in Singapore. I know one that India hasn't wholly embraced, but other countries around Asia have begun to. And the fact that China is following that model, albeit in a slightly different way, to us, that spells a real challenge to the old ideas of the West. And I think when you look at the West, you have to look at it both geographically, sort of Europe and America, but you also have to look at it as a set of ideas. And both those are under attack. And on the whole, I think a year later, I think we would argue that both those things are true. Government matters even more. And the contest between the West and particularly China is even stronger.
Sure, and a lot of your book actually deals with the governance issues involved and where the governments, and you, since you have focused on the West, have really failed. So take us through what you think are maybe the 3 or 4 most salient sort of lessons learned and places where, American governance has failed or British governance has failed or the West has failed in that sense.
I think they vary in different levels. I think in America, you could claim that the fact you had no public health service, the fact that you have a health service that is designed to look after the old and the rich rather than the poor, always meant that a pandemic was going to hit it hard. In a sense, yes, Donald Trump made plenty of very bizarre mistakes, but if you have that kind of structure, it was always going to be exposed. I think at the other end, I think many of the mistakes that Britain made at the beginning were actually slightly the reverse. It was the NHS being a control freak about how to do testing and so on. The interesting thing about this, and because in a conversation with Adam Gopnik at Jaipur as well, is that you look at the sort of mistakes people have made. They're fairly basic ones with just sort of simply looking around the world and seeing what works. We interviewed one of the heads of one of the world's most famous companies, and he wasn't any different to most Western leaders. What happened was that he saw COVID appearing in China. He thought to begin with it was just a Chinese thing. Then he wondered whether it was something that would just be somewhat regional in Asia. But by the end of February, he was jumping all over the place, trying to work out what he had to do with his people in Asia, to be sure, but also what to do in America. And what scandalized him was when you went to go and see American government officials, the people who regulated him, they weren't looking to see what was happening in Asia. By the end of February, to glorify my old publication, the Economist had COVID Goes Global on its cover. It was very obvious, and yet Britain, all these other countries didn't lock down till later. And I think there is a kind of canard out there, the idea that this was something to do with Asia being different or authoritarian. And I think that's just rubbish. You look at London, you look at Seoul, you look at New York. Those are three huge cities. You probably know all of them. They're bustling metropolises, almost exactly the same size. New York has lost close to 30,000 people. London, I think, is going up towards 10,000, very sadly. And Seoul's lost a couple of hundred. And Seoul is a big, crazy, I would almost about to say Indian-style democracy. You know, it's got nightclubs. It's one of the world's biggest nightclubs in the world. It's got K-pop. It had Parasite, which won the Oscar. His mayor got into terrible difficulties. It's a democratic, bustling place, subways, pavements, crowded, everything like that. And yet they just organized testing better than the West did. So it was a basic test of competence, which in different ways, in different places, Western governments failed. Sometimes for structural reasons. I think the American failure to have a public health system really is a big thing. But in many other cases, just through not taking government seriously.
So, and you mentioned the writing being on the wall or the cover of the book at the end of February. But may I remind you that at the end of February, Donald Trump was actually flying to India, and along with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, were addressing a rally full of unmasked, hundreds of thousands of people in a stadium that was packed. I think some of it is certainly, as you said, that it just wasn't taken seriously enough. It was seen as a Chinese problem, and then perhaps a Southeast Asian problem. There were other mistakes people made simply because they just didn't know what would work. The entire, sort of scramble for HCQ around the world, and later doctors saying this is not necessarily something we needed in such large numbers. But my question is it fair to blame the leadership given that everybody was equally clueless? Or was it about the fact that the pandemic itself was so unprecedented that perhaps we shouldn't blame people for not knowing what they should have done?
Well, several things. One, I think it is fair to blame the leaders. I think Trump made individual mistakes. Boris Johnson made individual mistakes. Just as at the moment, Ursula von der Leyen and the European Commission are making mistakes about the vaccines. No doubt we'll come back to that later. Leaders did make individual mistakes, but I think you're kind of half right on the underlying thing. And in some ways, I would be much tougher. I think when you look at the league tables for COVID, if you look at which places did well, the reason why we called our book The Wake Up Call was because COVID was like an examination of a group of pupils of governments around the world. You look at pretty much every single indication, how good people's schools are, how good the healthcare system is, etc., etc. The same countries that finished top of those tables finished top of the things to do with COVID. There were one or two exceptions. I don't think any of us expected Greece to do so well. It happens to have quite a good prime minister. I think most of us think America did worse than you might have expected because of what Donald Trump's actions. But it wasn't just him. As I said, the deeper problems came back. And I think that's the point for the West. It isn't, it's sort of, to that extent, I think it's exactly the opposite of what you're saying. This was something that revealed a truth in the same way as if you suddenly set an examination to a group of pupils, you're going to get one or two who fluke it and ace the exam, and you're going to get one or two who should have done really well because the amount of preparation they've done and then didn't do quite as well. Singapore, although its numbers are sort of many times better than most Western countries, many people think it hasn't done as well as it could have done. It messed up a bit about immigrant housing and things like that. But on the whole, the broad block of things, it's the countries where there was trust in government, that were good at education, good at health. I mean, there are league tables for these things around the world, and anybody looking at it would have expected those countries to come top. And that's the real thing, is that it's like the West has not woken up in the same way as it has in terms of industry. If you remember back in the 1970s, the Japanese produced all these much smaller, better, more dynamic cars, Toyota, Honda, all those sort of things. And that swept through Western manufacturing. And what happened is places like Detroit had to come back with smaller, better cars of their own. They copied the Japanese. What's happened in governments is that Singapore and places like that have come up with smaller, better government. And it's been obvious for a very long time if you look at those league tables. And now the West, I think, has to kind of start copying this. And it means a difference between taking government seriously on the one hand, but on the other hand, being fairly ruthless about the sort of people who you pull in. So Singapore gets rid of bad teachers, pays people at the top a lot. You know, there are things we can learn, but you don't sit there and watch somebody do something 30, 40, 50 times better than you and don't react. Or that, at least the hope of our book is to point this out and say, wake up.
You have been criticized, and I'm sure you're aware, of kind of making a case almost for authoritarianism, and the fact that you have praised not just Singapore, but you've essentially praised countries where people more or less followed their government. Do you think that essentially something like the pandemic takes away the rationale, if you like, for people to believe in democracies and individual freedoms and allowing people the agency to work out their own responses?
I think, well, firstly, in terms of sort of praising liberal democracy, including sometimes in India, that is very much the end of the market that I come from. So the whole point of our book is to wake up the liberal democracies. To us, the biggest danger is the fact that people will look at the current situation. I think people are looking at this around the world. They can see it on their TV screens, and they do know the numbers. You look at the numbers, and if the world's most authoritarian big country, China, has done 30 or 40 or 50 times better than the world's, I'm not about to say biggest democracy, but that would be the wrong word. I suppose you could say leading democracy in the United States. That, I think, is something that people may draw a false positive from. And the false positive would be, as you hint, that authoritarian governments were better. But you look at the numbers, as we point out, repeat, that just isn't true. Most of the countries that did well were democracies. I mentioned some of them, you know, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, but also places like Australia, New Zealand, some of the Nordics, Greece even I mentioned earlier. The democracies on the whole did much better than authoritarian regimes. Places like Russia, the various stans, Iran, you know, none of those did particularly well, and you certainly would not have wanted to get COVID in North Korea. So in general, I think authoritarian regimes didn't do particularly well, but because China did so much better than America, many people will draw the wrong lesson. As to the criticism, I think from politicians, you look, Boris Johnson, whenever he's pushed on this, begins to say, well, it's all to do with liberty and so on. It's absolute rubbish. Most of the things that involved sort of dealing with COVID are simply to do with efficiency. And throughout the West, plenty of people, and I include India in this as well, plenty of people were generally prepared, have been prepared to sacrifice bits of liberty to deal with COVID. There's nothing weird or anti-democratic about that. Ever since the birth of democracy, people have had these situations where they said, fine, okay, I'll stay in my house for a couple of weeks in order to try and get through it. You can say I'm in my house at the moment because we're in another lockdown. People are prepared to do these things. What the injustice of it really is that Western governments should have messed it up so completely that people have been willing to go through these sacrifices, and yet we haven't got the results that you would have hoped because governments have not been efficient enough.
Certainly, and you know what you have just said is also borne out, I think, by Australia's Lowy Institute that ranked about 98 countries on the basis of how they managed COVID, and of course these countries that you just named that didn't do well have done badly on there. But the correlation between authoritarian versus democracy, perhaps not with that. They make an interesting point though that they quote Fukuyama to say essentially it's about which countries where the society trusted their leadership as opposed to those.
I think that's a really good point. I think trust did play a large role, and you could even see in places like Sweden, which basically messed up COVID, one of the reasons, but all the same, people trusted the government to get the right answer. They went for an early herd immunity answer, and they probably got it wrong, but at least there was a sort of basic idea that people thought the government was there, trying to do the right
in the
thing.
best interest. And I should add that many think that women leaders have done better.
Exactly,
Than,
that's
men leaders.
that
When
is
you look at
that's
Germany
indeed
and
true.
New Zealand. One of the aspects, though, that in your book you have not looked at, because you have focused so much on leadership and governance as the reasons for doing better and worse on COVID. But the truth is, John, and we see it particularly in South Asia, for example, that even countries that aren't considered particularly well governed or with particularly good leadership have actually not had those big numbers. I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, a big team came from the World Bank and the IMF to Kabul and studied the cases and essentially said that as many as 200,000 people could die there, given the lack of healthcare and the problems with governance and all the rest of that. Eventually, Afghanistan, a year down the line, has seen 2,400 deaths. So there are several countries, and if I may say so, it does seem as if the South, the global South,
yes,
has not seen the kind of dramatic cases that we saw in Europe and the US. Do you think there could be other reasons as well, genetic reasons? Some have pointed out the possibility of some countries having immunity because they take the TB vaccine, the BCG, and others. Do you think that there are studies out there still to be done about just who really got hit by the pandemic, as opposed to some of these countries who frankly had no reason not to be affected the same way?
I think the answer is, like all these numbers, two things. Firstly, you're absolutely right. There is still bits of research to come through. That one, again, I don't want to give any impression that we think China has been perfect in this thing. The mere fact that China has been so reluctant to let people look at the origin of the virus, I think holds a terrible shame over that country, and that means it's harder to work these things out. I do think you are right. There's certainly results. Africa, South Asia are both examples where it's the evidence is very mixed. So even if you allow for a degree of undercounting, just purely because, as you pointed out, Afghanistan government is not famously competent in Afghanistan, so there's probably some degree of undercounting. There may well be something else going on, but most of the countries I've talked about so far have been what one would generally call kind of advanced economic countries. And the fact that you've got such wide diversions between those, I think most of that does count to competence. It's like a puzzle where you're trying to explain the reasons for something. And yes, there are, you can certainly argue that there's a degree more consensus in some Asian countries. You can argue that there's historically greater social trust in places like the Nordic countries. You can point to individual things, but a large amount of it is just about whether governments, at least to our mind, the biggest thing in this was whether your governments worked or not. And for the West point of view, it's really the culmination about 50, 60 years of not concentrating on government, not sending your best and brightest into government in the same way as it used to happen, not thinking through the way that things could work. So I think on balance, I would come down on that side, but I'm not going to pretend to you that you're wrong about these different there may be some other factors going on there, and we're always discovering things. I would say one thing very quickly on vaccines. It is possible some countries have been good at some things and useless at others. On the whole, I would, just looking at the deaths per million figure, if you're Britain is up around 1,700 deaths per million. I think in terms of being effective with the vaccine, and our government has been very effective with the vaccine, probably second only really to Israel. There they've done really, really well. But it is a little bit like a soccer match where you're 5-0 down and then you score two rather late consolation goals. And that it has that feel about it.
Well, India right now is scoring a lot of good goals for production of the vaccine and distribution of it to other countries, although the actual vaccination inside the country is yet to pick up. What's also interesting about the kind of comparisons that you've drawn between all of them is that you've looked really at countries ranged against each other. But what about global governance? At the end of the day, you have United Nations, you have the UN Security Council. On one side, you have a country like China that doesn't actually prepare the world for what it is already facing, tries to stop the story from getting out, tries to squash every kind of information that they should have been giving out. You have a United Nations that is not able to hold China accountable for this even a year later. You have on the other side countries like the UK, the US, and for some time France as well, which are in the UN Security Council. These are the veto powers of the world, the cream of global leadership. And each of them have not been able to really lead by the power of example when it comes to their healthcare systems, when it comes to containing the virus, when it comes to even getting people to wear something simple like the mask. So the question really is, has global governance failed humanity? I'm being dramatic here, but really, do we just need to reinvent the United Nations and new forms of global governance?
I think definitely. I mean, yes, you're right. I think on one, you're right on several different levels. First, that I think the relative failure of the West to deal with these issues does make it does increase the case, which I know Mr. Modi is seldom ashamed about making, that when you look at things like the Security Council, if you've got people on it who have been basically proved incompetent in this, why are they being entrusted with those decisions? I think people can reasonably ask that. I think more generally on the issue of global governance, I think you're right. I think perhaps we could have done more on that. I think that in general, I think your global governance has had a very bad COVID. You could argue just on kind of regional governance, the EU was pretty useless on both cases. It was slow to get going, and now it's messed up vaccines. So that's a sort of regional thing. I think on global, again, we've seen that you correctly pointed out the weaknesses of WHO. I think here, though, I think you should probably, this is the one area where I think you can really point towards Trump and say that is where he was a complete disaster, because historically, when there has been a crisis like this, the world's most powerful country, and I think we have to say that America is still the world's most powerful country, that would lead the world. You look at the financial crises, you look at the last financial crisis, America was there with China, with others doing things. In this particular case, Donald Trump did not even unite the West, let alone uniting the world. And I think
or even the United States.
Or indeed the United States, yes, that's true. But I think oddly that, and I'm not trying to make a political point here, but I'm merely trying to make a sort of, I think just a pragmatic one. If you're Joe Biden and you come into office, there are some very bad things, I think, in wait for you, which I can spell out, which are along the lines of, do not for a second think that all the problems with the American government are to do with Donald Trump. And we can come back to those because they go much deeper. They go across everything like education and so on. But internationally, you do have a real chance to try uniting the world around America. Under Trump, the message of America first was toxic because America used to, if you're in a contest with a power like China, which is what Trump said America was, you win those contests, just like America won the last Cold War, by doing two things, by getting allies on your side. Well, Trump failed spectacularly with that, but also by talking about things like freedom and democracy and those sort of values, which you mentioned earlier. Because if you just simply say America first, that is not a particularly seductive message to the rest of the world. And there, I think that is where Biden has a real opportunity. And actually, if I was him, I would also look at the idea of the democracies. And it matters not just with dealing with COVID, but with that second sort of geopolitical challenge I talked about. Because I'm going to put this very simply, I think you could argue whether America is more powerful than China. I would tend to say America is more powerful. You can argue that whether Europe is more powerful than China, maybe China is more powerful than Europe. The one thing which is absolutely clear is that, first, America and Europe together are more powerful than China under any kind of economic might, military might, whatever you want to put it together. And even more powerful is if you bring all the democracies together. If you bring in Indonesia, you bring in India, you bring in the big democracies of Asia onto that side of the ledger, then everything changes. So yeah, if I was Biden, I would really focus on a policy that is about bringing those democracies in, including India. In fact, India would possibly be very, very high at the top of your list.
All right. I know I have time for a few more questions here, so I'm going to try and get you to, in a nutshell, tell us about Bill Lincoln. You know, the idea that the world really and Western governments need Bill Lincoln, and I should point out that's not Bill Clinton and Abraham Lincoln, but I'll allow you to explain.
Well, it's all very well laying out all these problems about what's gone wrong with the West, but we wanted to look at one particular country and say, what would you do to reform it? And so we chose America because we thought that's the biggest democracy and it had an election going on. And we invented a president, and various people, and you hinted at it earlier, said that what we should have done is we should have grabbed Jacinda Ardern and Angela Merkel and combined them. And then you'd had two women, modern leaders to do it. But what we did somewhat retrospectively is that we reached back into the 19th century and grabbed the two sort of figures then who we thought America most needs now. And one was Abraham Lincoln, the famous president of America. And the other was William Gladstone, the 4 times liberal leader of Britain. And the point about both of these people is that they tried to make government much better, especially when it came to helping the poor, but they had no time at all for the boondoggles for the rich. They specialized in ripping things out that they thought were just there. So if you look at the American tax code, for instance, we point out there's $1.6 trillion worth of exemptions, nearly all of which go to the rich. That's the sort of thing that with Abraham Lincoln and William Gladstone, or Bill Lincoln, as we put them together, that's the kind of thing they would deal with. And we use this figure. I think it's a really important thing. We didn't say you're a magical answer to all problems. We said that Bill Lincoln can only use what works elsewhere. So it's not saying doesn't have to come up with some magical thing. So if you look at healthcare, you borrow from Singapore, you borrow from Germany. If you look at education, you borrow from places like Korea, the Nordics. You pull in the best ideas in exactly the same way as any company does nowadays. You know, you cannot be second best in an area, and you copy the things that work.
Sure. I do want to also ask about the kind of impact COVID has had on some of the freedoms that we had not experienced, you know, in under so much duress before. I mean, it's an autocrat's dream. You cannot go out to protest because of the coronavirus. If somebody is arrested, you might not even find out about it because there's, you know, it's tough for journalists to get out there in the middle of a pandemic. You know, in many ways, a pandemic becomes a dream for any autocratic government. In India, we have seen a lot of restrictions on things like public protests or on journalists, which just coincidentally or otherwise have increased during the coronavirus pandemic. Also, the idea that when everybody is facing a threat, it becomes easier for the government to then tell everyone, you know, you have to get behind the plan. You have to get behind the government. You cannot ask questions because we're in the middle of a crisis here. Do you think that has now become a global phenomenon?
I think the answer is that has been a global phenomenon, and the real test will become as the disease recedes. Again, as I said, you know, historically, there has always been an acceptance by people that you do have some suppression of freedoms when these things happen. One thing we found out in the book is Thomas Hobbes, as I said, we began with the great kind of first book on government, Leviathan. Well, that came out just shortly before the Great Plague of London. The Great Plague of London, what happened was that every family that had the plague, you were only allowed to go outside you were barely allowed to go outside, but when you went outside, you had to carry a white stick so people could run away from you. A terrible imposition of kind of, you know, authoritarian regime. But people accepted that because it was a way of keeping alive. And I think the danger in this particular thing is that people, yes, you're absolutely right, including in India, some people have advocated or taken powers that are much more draconian than needed. The claim is always that they're going to give them back to us, and so we must wait and see. But I think I completely sympathise. You know, I'm from the liberal end of the thing. I'm worried about this, but I think you have to be realistic. We are dealing with a plague, and on the whole, that means you have to do some degree of confining people. I would just say one last thing on that. I think what's true is that politicians all the way across the world, even people as naturally gifted as Mr. Modi, have made mistakes in dealing with it. It's been very difficult, and so that has made politicians much more difficult to deal with generally for journalists, I think. So even the ones who haven't tried to grab authoritarian powers have had difficulties with this.
And nobody wants to deal with criticism all the time. I do want to ask you, because you talked about some of the lessons that corporates have learned. One of the questions that the pandemic should have made us ask, perhaps, is really, are we looking at the question of growth wrong? Are we just looking at it through this GDP prism on year growth, on the idea that we have to keep making more and more money each year instead of looking at health security and looking at food security, at the fact that people need to be to have well-being rather than just making more money every year. You have been in the news, Bloomberg has been in the news for the media layoffs as well. And of course, we've seen this across the industry. So the question really is, are there lessons that should have been learned during the pandemic about changing priorities for the corporate world, perhaps, that you think should be held on to?
I think on the whole, I mean, obviously some corporations done badly, some have done well, etc. But on the whole, I think the lessons, I'm not trying to duck the questions, but I think that the main thing is actually on the society side. I think when you talk about systems that make huge amounts of money, I think your example of New York is actually very pertinent. You had one of the places where many people have made huge sums of money, New York, and yet when COVID struck, two things. Firstly, people at the bottom started dying in huge numbers. You had the appalling sight of nurses wearing garbage bags because there wasn't enough equipment to keep them, to protect them. You had that in one of the richest cities of the world. I think people found that appalling. But the other thing about COVID is wealth in the end was not a break against it. And that actually is a very old lesson. If you look at the origins of the modern welfare state, you know, you go back to places like the slums of London 120 years ago, and so that there were two sorts of people arguing for reform then, for bringing in health systems, for bringing in education, doing things. One were liberal-minded people who wanted to help the poor for themselves, but there were also conservatives who wanted to do it for two reasons. One is that it eventually occurred to them that if you have slums that breed disease, well, then there's nothing to stop them reaching the richer neighborhoods. And that has happened exactly the same. And the second thing, which is actually really interesting, is a lot of the people who actually built the institutions or voted for the kind of new, more quote-unquote socialist institutions like health services and so on, they included people like Winston Churchill, which, as you know, was a very conservative, not generally given to sort of soft feelings in that regard. And the reason why is because they saw this as a crucial part of national competition. They saw at the time it was a reason to compete with Germany. Germany seemed to have a better fighting force than Britain. And Churchill and people like that were prepared to sort of educate the masses in order to take that on. And so in the precise answer is, I think that these richer societies are being taught lessons about how you need to bring along the poor with you. And I think that does get back to things like universal healthcare and things like that.
So I think, is this pandemic going to make socialists of everyone? I know your background is certainly not
I hope not. I hope not. I think as the many sins of that Britain has gave India, Fabianism was one of them. No, I think the danger in this is that effectively at the end of it, and this is one reason why we brought in Bill Lincoln, is that you look at the answers to COVID. There are kind of two really big false ones. We've covered one already, which is the idea that you somehow have to be authoritarian. That's rubbish. The second one is that the answer is more government. Well, if you look at the size of government, the sprawl of government over the past 40, 50 years, the one thing which is unquestionable in the West is that government has generally got bigger, it's done more things, and it hasn't got better. And what's intriguing about the models in East Asia, Singapore being the kind of starting point, is you actually go for smaller government, but you make sure that it's targeted on things where it can really make a difference. And I think there is quite a lot in that. So I think you are right that there will be a drift to the left. People are going to ask their governments to do more, but that may not be actually a good thing, but partly because governments will spend a lot more and they're going to get into debt. And I think that ultimately is something that causes problems, but also because in the end, you want to have government that is targeted and useful. People like me should not be getting free bus passes. Neither should Mick Jagger, neither should Bruce Springsteen, all of whom qualify these things at the moment. That's wrong.
Interesting you should say so, because there's the debate in India too about why everybody should have government funded vaccines and why not let people pay, some people who can afford it pay for their own. There's so many questions that come out of this pandemic, and many of them, as you pointed out, actually turn the focus on us, not just as citizens, but as society. And I think the question is going to go on. I could hazard a guess that you are going to be putting together a sequel sometime soon. And I certainly hope that one of the lasting effects of the pandemic, which is that you and I have to meet over this
hopefully in person in Jaipur,
rather than in person, will be a thing of the past. But there are other efficiencies that we are all going to learn to live with. But John Micklethwait, this has been a delightful conversation. Thank you so much for speaking with us here at JLF. I'm Suhasini Haidar.
Suhasini, thank you very much.
Thank you, John and Suhasini, for that riveting conversation. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. We thank our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a lovely audience. I do hope you will stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have also struggled to ensure that we continue to bring to you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We do hope you will support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against all odds. Please do tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. We do hope to see you in our next session. Thank you.
13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
in these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. we decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. "13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature.